Anyway, welcome guys. So the game audio seems fine for now. It might be a little bit too loud. I'll try turning it down a little, and then we can always adjust it further as we keep going. Anyway, welcome everyone. Hope everyone is having a good day today. Good Valentine's Day. Good month in general. Let's see who we have in chat. We have Zany, we have Summer, we have Sneaky, we have Hi Salis, we have Naron. I saw Mr. B. I saw Cake Man. Cake Man getting in early today. I guess I picked a good day for you because a lot of times I know you're like usually working. And I think that was everyone I saw. I think I saw Darth actually too. Did I? Or did I just make that up? Problem is everyone has like the same colors, so my brain like... Okay. Oh, I said... Okay, Darth contributed. I saw that he contributed. He didn't chat anything though. Getting early because I'm probably going to be gone later. Well, I'll just beat the game before you leave. You're blue on my screen. Like, you're not purple on my screen. But it's probably because you have Twitch Prime, I assume. No, I'm in dark mode. Which I don't know why it's blue then if it's... But it's dark mode one. And it could be like a Twitch Prime thing where if you have that, you can see all the other colors and I can't. So it just gets the close approximation, but... Oh, I believe you. Naron sees the truth, so it's fine. Anyway, I'm starting a little bit early because I knew I'd be talking a little bit here, and I didn't want to like delay this game too long. Anyway, so things to talk about. You are purple now. So things to talk about. Why is there XD written everywhere? I should probably not be watching this. I haven't really been watching this cutscene. I probably should not be watching this cutscene. I'm gonna wait for this to finish playing. Let's stop looking at spoilers. Alright, so things to go over. This Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern, I'll be doing a not Final Fantasy. I'll be doing a Fire Emblem. It's fine, Lucas. I'll just beat it before 7:30. I'll be doing a Fire Emblem and The Legend of Zelda Name That Game tune, featuring pretty much every game in both series, and by every game, I do mean every game, including Japan. So it should be pretty fun. Come by and check that out on Sunday, this Sunday, the 19th. I believe 19th. And then on Tuesday at 7 p.m., that's going to be more Mago, probably finishing that game up. It's a cute little platformer game, indie platformer game I got for Christmas. And then for the rest of the month, the preceding Sunday, the last Sunday of the month, will be a Name That Game tune as well at 8, but it's going to be Name That Game tune. Final Fantasy 14 will be in this one. It is with a guest host. Could be any guest, honestly. No idea who it could be, but that'll be on on the last Sunday, and then I believe the Tuesday after is more of this. I'm going to be making this game a every other week kind of game, I think, just so I'm not like oversaturating people with Pokemon. But yeah, so what else to talk about? So I guess there's really nothing else before going into this game. So I had not ever played Coliseum. Was a game I hadn't played because I thought it was gonna be Stadium and it wasn't, so I rented it and never bought it. So because of that, I never even touched Gale of Darkness. I believe my brother, when I went to college, he had the GameCube, for a bit, and I think he bought some games, and I think he bought this, but he must have sold it or it got put away somewhere. I don't know, but I never owned it initially. So then what was it like? Was it 2020 when I played? When did I play Coliseum? No, it was the year after. It was 2021. It was December of 2021. I'm pretty sure because it was during the pandemic. I think. Did I get this game during the pandemic then? Or not this game, but did I get Coliseum? How did I get Coliseum? Actually, I can't remember when I bought Coliseum. I guess I must have bought it from somewhere. I think, oh, you know what? I bought it on eBay. That's what I did for Coliseum. I must have bought it on eBay, and I think I did buy it during the pandemic. So I think it was 20, but anyway, I played Coliseum, and when I finished it, I said I would play XD, but I have to get it first. Well, I think when yeah, it was. So I was having, I was updating my operating system for the computer, and if you were in our Discord, you probably heard me complaining about it at the time, because tech issues. But I was trying to get this all figured out at the time, and I had to go and get a flash drive to make it, like, basically to do a clean install. So when I went to do that, I stopped at the game store. I think this is when I'm pretty sure it's when I did it, because I think I did it in a, I'm frustrated kind of, fine, I'm going to spend this much money. I bought this game because they had it in stock. They had Chibi Robo in this. Chibi Robo was way more money. And this was already quite a bit of money to buy. This was like, there's like 150 basically or something. Chibi Robo was like double or triple that, I'm pretty sure. But I got this, and then I said I would play it. Unfortunately, when I got it, it was like in the summer. So I was like, well, I can't really play Pokemon right now because I was going to be playing Live a Live, and then Pokemon was coming out. So I'm like, I really don't want to play a Pokemon game right after Pokemon Scarlet comes out, or like right next to it. So I think at one point I was going to do it in December, but I pushed it back, did Mega Man Month instead, and then pushed it back even further. But now in February we are starting Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. I do a lot of RPGs, I'm realizing. Like, they tend to be a lot of, I think because they're the only games I own that aren't bad from my backlog. They just haven't played them because they're long, not because they're bad. But this game I didn't own until recently. But yeah, Live a Live is pretty cool, honestly. I had some issues with it, but overall I thought the game was really fun. The other thing to go over before we get more into this game, if you did notice, I do have a few freak points, like the channel point adjustments. I added some new rewards, and then also have like a goal, which will probably not get met, but we will do our best to see how that works. I will probably have to test it, or maybe just like, I don't know. We'll see how that works. I probably want a little bit. I think because when I set it up, it said, I did it last night and I wasn't really thinking, and it said, oh, if you set this, it will take 7 people donating 2,000 every stream, or I think it was either every stream or every day, but I didn't consider at the time that I don't stream every day. So mathematically probably a little bit too high. But we will, I mean, I guess in theory you could still technically donate if I'm not streaming, right? I don't know how that works, if it's daily or what. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. I probably set that a little bit too high, but I do have other options on there as well. But let's go ahead and I think if there's nothing else, we can pretty much get started. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'm forgetting. Not really, no. Look, I believe Summer. Yeah, there's a lot of things in that game that definitely inspired Chrono Trigger, for sure. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started here. So we have options. I can't do rumble because my controller is a Wavebird. Wavebird has no rumble in it. I sound good too, by the way, right, guys? Like, I sound. We got stereo and mono. I'm not going to mess with because mono does not sound as good. So let's go ahead with new game. Alright, what is my name? These are the most generic names ever. I also want to say, I feel like, just looking at the cutscenes and looking at this guy, I feel like somehow they have worse facial designs in this game than they did in Coliseum. Because I feel like Wes has a pretty, like, I don't know, his eyes, the eyes for this guy look so painted on. They don't look painted on with Wes. I mean, some of the character models are a little wonky, but this guy especially, he has big, big me energy also. Alright, what are we naming this guy? I guess me. Can I make it not capital? There we go. Miga. Yes. All right. Libra. There's no boat in the desert. This is probably the most cinematic Pokemon I bet at the time, right? There he is, Shadow Lugia. You'll never see this again, by the way. I mean, I guess you can see, like, different forms, but, like, the concept of an alternate Lugia... Actually, I lied, because they made Shadow Mewtwo as well. But you only see it in spin-off games. He just took that boat. Those guys are gonna die. Those men are dead. Oh, hey, look, it's my favorite Pokemon that kicks my ass every time I see it. Why do I have... Wait. We just starting an endgame? How do I lose this Salamence? What does give in do? That's not even like... Why is that an option? It's usually like run, but you can never do it. What happens if I press give in? Oh, this music's good also. I don't get the hype of Metagross. He's too metally for me. He's an interesting idea for a Pokemon. I like that his legs are Beldums, but I don't know. He also like kicked my ass in Conquest, so I guess we'll just fight. Earthquake. No, it tells you what turn it is. I don't know if that's relevant, but that's kind of cool. That was an easy battle. Sim Trainer Lost in. I was just like, is this the internet? Is this man not real? I guess we're in Coliseum. That's the old Coliseum, but they're no longer in the desert. All right, Mega. This will do for today. Yes, sir. That was a well-played battle. Mega, your battle skills have improved by an amazing amount. This is kind of interesting that there's just like fake Pokemon battles. No other Pokemon game has really had fake Pokemon battles. It's only been real Pokemon battles usually. Well, there might be an exception, but usually there's not like internet battles. It's just actual battles with actual Pokemon. Eevee is very cute. I love Eevee. I kind of love Eevee more than I thought I would. Not like, I don't like every other evolutions, but Eevee's like, probably honestly better than Pikachu. I don't have it so you can include a message. Oops. Well, whatever. Remind me to fix that, or if Summer can fix it. But I mean, it was impressive the way you handled that big Pokemon with aplomb. You took command of it as if it were the same as your Eevee. Don't you think it's time that you consider raising another Pokemon besides your Eevee? Mega, you have an incredible aptitude for battling. If you keep absorbing knowledge and experience, you'll become an outstanding trainer. There's no doubt about that. The operation of this battle sim system demands precision and control. Of course, with my technique, there's utterly no problem. Rest assured, you're in my expert hands while you're plugged in and battling. What is the other thing where you plug? Oh no, it's Mega Man. What is with the GameCube era and like GameCube, Game Boy Advance era? And it's only like 2 games, but like there's a lot of stuff, I think, media in general at this time that was like, what if you plug in and go online? Battle Network. I want to imagine there's a Yu-Gi-Oh that does that. Probably some other like cartoon. Isn't there like a cartoon that Salas likes that involves that? Matrix also, yeah. That just was like really popular at this time, I guess. Hello, Mega. Are you done with the training for now? You must be tired. But seeing you like this, my Mega, you've grown up to be a fine young lad. Mega, if only your father were here to see how much you've grown. But he's dead. Oh, I'm sorry. I promised that I wouldn't mention that. Please pay it no heed. The whole okay, yeah, Code Lyoko. Look, we don't know that he's dead. There's a book titled The Basics of Pokemon Battle and Applied Techniques. Oh, hello, Mega. Welcome. I'm running up a summary on the basics of Pokemon battles. Like I said, it's mostly basic information, but if you ever care to look, I've written my summary on the whiteboard. After all, the basics are important for a reason. Battles against Pokemon trainers. How do I win a battle? The battle screen. Using Pokemon moves. Switching the battling Pokemon. Question. Does any of this... Do I need to read any of this? Is there anything... Like, this is actually a hate chat. Is there anything here that I should actually look at? Because everything else is just basic stuff, I assume. Well, maybe Pokemon catching, actually. Yeah, because in the last game, you couldn't actually catch any Pokemon normally. You could only catch them if they were evil. But I assume, from what I remember, that this game changes that up a little bit. That you can actually catch non-evil Pokemon in this game. Why my character seems like he's stuttering a bit when he moves. Hi, Mega. Have you finished your training? Mega, this is the director's office. Did you want to pay a visit to Professor Crane? You don't need to be that stiffy official, Lily. But... Oh yes, I've heard the battle coach singing high praises about you, Mega. I've heard about your battling skills that have improved dramatically recently. That's outstanding, Mega. I sure don't think I'd stand much of a chance against you. Ha ha ha. I wish everyone wouldn't drown them with such gushing praise all the time. My son and daughter will become spoiled rotten. Is this my mom? This is my mom? Why does my mom look ugly? Why do I look ugly? There's nothing to worry about. Mega and I have a sister? Why is my sister all caps? By the way, I don't think I've seen Jovi since lunchtime. Look, I don't like their noses. They have very big Squidward noses. And also, what is on his desk, by the way? I guess it's in a computer, but like, I can't tell because it kind of looks like it's just a big bread maker. A little bit. Like, I don't know if the screen is behind it, but like... Because like, even back in... Well, this is like 2004, 2005. I'm pretty sure computers weren't that big. It's a fact. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Yeah, but what if it's a bread maker? Mega, I think you already know, but several research projects are in their critical phases in this lab. That's why your mother can't afford to take any time. Is she my mother? Like, I assume she is because they mentioned her, Jovi, and me and as kids, right? But why does he say that's why your mother? Why is my mother talking in the third person? Yeah. Hey chat, is this my mother? No. Oh, don't be so rebellious. Will you please go find Jovi? No. No. Fine. Okay. Thank you. I'm counting on you. I don't think she could have wandered off too far, but just in case, check outside too. I'm sorry, Mega. After 5 long years, this project is finally on the verge of coming together. But for that to happen, we can't do it without your mother's expertise. Ah, yes. I left a P*DA in your room, Mega. Go check it out. P*DA stands for Pokemon Digital Assistant. I don't know what the star is in there for. It's a very useful electronic tool. This was the era of digital assistants. Like, before smartphones became a thing, they were like, oh, everyone should get a PDA, which is basically just like tablets and smartphones before they became things. A PDA can be used for email, among other things. I'm sure you'll find its many useful features useful. It's quite easy to use, Mega. I'm sure you'll have no trouble figuring it out. There's a scholastic paper titled Pokemon Matchups in the Purify Chamber. It's lined with difficult-looking books. Hey, Q. There's a notebook titled Joint Study on Purification. We dedicate our friendship to the realization of the Purify Chamber is written on it. Oh, so you don't need to... How did we purify in the original, in the last game? Like, obviously we had Celebi, but there was ways to do it without Celebi, right? Or did you just have to go to that, like, magic place? Hang on, what was in that room over there? So now they just have science to, like, open Pokemon hearts, I guess? I'm curious as to how this game's plot is, because, like, are they saying that Pokemon have, like, there's still remnants of the Coliseum activities? Oh, this got a lot in this place. Hey, chat, do I want to go... I want to go the wrong way first. Do I want to go left or down? This combination works, but it doesn't quite fit. Oh, hi, Mega. I'm compiling the basic data for that big project of ours. What big project? Why, it's the Purify Chamber, of course. Didn't you know? There's a Quagsire. We bring you ONBS news. Authorities still have failed to find any traces of the cargo ship SS Libra after its sudden disappearance off the coast of the Geaton port. There have been no reports of flotsam that may indicate the ship's sinking. The authorities appeared mystified by the way the ship vanished like smoke. There are reports that numerous Pokemon were on board. Concern is rising over their welfare. Why is Quagsire watching the news? Why is Psyduck watching the news? No, I didn't mean to click that. Well, none of these people are my sister, so I'm probably fine to talk to them. Sound from the TV set appears to be disturbing the Pokemon. Oh. I haven't been to the Krabby Club for a while. It'd be nice to catch a razzle and dazzle show again. Krabby Club. A huge cargo ship doesn't just vanish into thin air. They just had to be more careful searching. The ship probably had engine trouble. It must be adrift in the sea somewhere. Rumor has it that there was a new Pokemon that even Professor Crane has never seen on that missing ship. It's very worrying. I hope that Pokemon on board are safe from harm. Mega, have you seen Joey? We were playing hide and seek. But Joey's been gone a while now. Maybe she's playing in your room, Mega. I don't know where my room is. There's a book titled Let's Play Hide and Seek. Why? Look, I don't think I need to learn. I think the rules of hide and seek are pretty straightforward. It's necessary for the hard opening research. Hey, look, Blissey. Bliss. Pokemon storage. Why does my Eevee have bangs? Welcome back to Let's Play Hide and Seek. I mean, honestly, Sneaky, you're probably not actually wrong in that one. Woo, this switch is okay. Next, adjust this here. Man, there's so much to do. I'm not far from a panic attack. Man, there's so much to do. I'm not far from a panic attack. I might have to take a break. Oh, that's right, Mega. If you're going to take a break, don't forget to save. I do like, I like it when they give Eevee, like, hair. They did then Let's Go. Also, welcome Josie the Mew. Oh, Mega, welcome. Our project is at a critical junction, so we're very busy. Oh yes, feel free to use the PC and healing machine. We're in the midst of developing a system to purify Shadow Pokemon. Purify is the term we use to describe the process in which a Shadow Pokemon's closed heart is made to open again back to its natural state. You see, 5 years ago, criminals used artificial means to close the hearts of Pokemon, turning them into fighting machines. We're developing the system to save such a... It was only a little bit, right? Like, how did it get so widespread? It's not necessary in today's peaceful times, but one never knows what may happen. Oh, I see. So they don't... It's not actually relevant right now. They're just preparing. Snore. Here at the Pokemon HQ lab, we undertake a great variety of research to Pokemon, from their ecosystems to battling. Oh, it's you, Mega. You scared me out of my wits. Oh, it is definitely a Valentine's Day game. So much love. I mean, I joke, but like, it does involve hearts. It appears to be a storage case of some sort. Difficult formulas are written. It's lined with difficult-looking books. Hi, Omega. I haven't seen you for a while. Are you doing well? What I happen to be working on is a special machine for catching Pokemon. Huh? You want to know if it has anything to do with the Purify Chamber? You called it. The machine and the Purify Chamber are both the result of the same project. Having said that, I sincerely hope that we never need to use this machine. Hey, thank you, Josie the Mew, for the follow. No, Kingdom Hearts is not a Valentine's Day game. There's no hearts in that game. There's only Heartlesses, Summer. Don't you know anything about Kingdom Hearts? Says the guy who doesn't know anything about Kingdom Hearts. I have not. This is completely blind first playthrough. I did play Coliseum, well, recently as like a few years back, but there's an empty case between some books. That's a battle CD using battle sims. Oh, I guess someone's taken it. I'll lend it to you when they return. My Pokemon and I were always together, even when we're sleeping. If you want to become friends with Pokemon, companionship is very important. I mean, yeah, but there's such thing as privacy. You don't need to take a shower with your Pokemon. Like, you don't shower with your pets, do you? Have I seen Jovi anywhere? Come to think of it, I haven't seen her since lunch. That's a Plusle. Oh, then she's probably in here. Hey, there's something on the desk. Dang it, I didn't... Ah! What? Why do I have... There is no way anybody can shoot a basket up there. Well, that's not true. Like, but like, not me, not this kid. I get that they had the window, but why did they throw it all the way up there? That's so high up. Found the P-Star DA. How do I activate this? If you're reading this email, then you must have obtained the P-Star DA. Try it out its many features. By the way, Add-on was playing hide and seek with Jovi. Why not have a chat with him? I did. He didn't have any information. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is true. There's a giant window into my bedroom. Is kind of questionable. Plah plah. Okay. Oh, there is another place here. That too. Oh boy, the world of Pokemon is so deep. The more I study them, the more I am inspired by the very fantasticalness of it all. For example, you know all Pokemon have types and abilities, right? If you keep those facts in mind and apply them to battling, you can always gain an advantage over your opponents. Pie. I hope there's nothing wrong with my joystick. It seems like I'm like stuttering a lot in movement. But I can't tell if that's the game or if that's me. Or my controller, rather. I mean, I guess I could... I'm not that far from a GameCube, though, so... I mean, probably sneaky. I can just leave? Oh, I totally can just leave. I can't go anywhere, though. I like how they're just like, oh yeah, this desert, actually there's grass just over here. Just out of range of the first game, there happens to be like a bunch of grass. Okay, that also did. I feel like already the game is like way more into story compared to the first game. The first game feels like more they were just like threw the story in there a bit. I mean, granted, I've only so far in, but... Hey, Mega, weren't you with Jovi? I saw Jovi with her Mimi earlier. What the hell's a Mimi? So I figured you were with her too. Okay, Okay, this leads over here. Look, no spoilers. There is a hey chat policy we have here too. That's not really a big deal, but I assumed it was probably something like that. But keep in mind, no spoilers unless I say hey chat. Okay, where was the? No, I was up somewhere, right? I was up over here. That would be my guess, but unfortunately, Summer does not exist yet. Wow, you startled me. You're looking for Jovi. Well, maybe she's gone off to Dr. Kamiko's manor. It's a big weird house southeast of here. Jovi's it in our game of hide and seek. I wish he'd find me soon. My back is starting to hurt. This poor man. No worries. I figure that's why I figured mention it now before it, becomes an issue later on. Like I said, spoiling that Mimi is mining, not a big deal. I don't think it is irrelevant. I don't think it destroys my enjoyment of the game in any way. Yeah, I don't know what is with the movement. I don't know if that's just something with the game itself, but I'm definitely stuttering a little bit, and I can't tell if that's hopefully nothing with my controller. Well, now you just ruined the game for me, Mr. B. Huh. This place is creepy, actually. Why is it thundering here? It's just this specific area just is way more creepy than other area around it for some reason. It also has Banjo-Kazooie music. And by that I mean there was xylophones a little bit there. Okay. Wait, who goes there? Welcome back, Naran. You must be a burglar! Shobin will put you straight, don't you move. Shobin is the name, and Shobin is the #1 assistant to Dr. Kamiko. Shobin is the only assistant, so Shobin has to be the #1 assistant. Sure. Shobin is a nerd. It's kind of a cheerful Pokemon for this area. Alright. What does Call do? Oh, that's right. That's for when they're to make them open their hearts. But my Eevee already loves me, so it's fine. He definitely does have big gulp and energy. Human gulp in there. This song is really good. Is it better than the first battle music for you, Naran? I also noticed that we've started a lot lower level than we did in the first game. Because in the first game, we started at 30 or something. Which makes me think, again, the first game was definitely kind of rushed a little bit, whereas this game feels like maybe it's a bit more, I don't know, longer or more well-paced. This is the first battle music. I do like the animation, yeah. You've made Chobin angry. Now, even though Chobin lost, you're still not getting past Chobin. That's not how it works. Huh? Closer observation reveals that the subject is a child. Ergo, the subject... That's... What do you mean? Children can steal? Aha. Chobin wishes you spoke up right away. You're Mega. Chobin apologizing for jumping to... Maybe Chobin should shut up. Oh, hey, look, it's the daughter of the character from the first game, probably. Maybe not, actually. But she has the same energy. Oh, wait, that's my sister. Never mind. So, I guess not. Oh, big brother, what are you doing here? Oh, Jovi. Why does everyone speak in the third person? Why are we all a bunch of weirdos who can't just... My mom, Jovi, and this weirdo all love to speak in the third person for some reason. Big brother, you got lost, didn't you? No, I did not. There's no hiding stuff from Jovi because Jovi knows. The big house is Dr. Kamiko's. Dr. Kamiko's job is to make incredible inventions. There's a whole bunch of neat machines like they have at the Pokemon HQ lab. You should come in too, big brother. Well, hang on. Maybe I'll like Jovi. Mega, you are that girl's older brother. Sometimes she comes here. She wanders around everywhere. Chobin finds it hard to keep an eye on her so that she does not bother the doctor. Oh yes, Mega. You will have to look at Dr. Kamiko's inventions. You will, yes? Okay, this way, please. Follow Chobin. Look, I don't understand why all of the characters in this game are weirdos so far. No, I was asking if you said this song was good. I was saying, do you think this song is better than Colosseum, is what I was asking. This is true. Well, no, Jovi mentioned it, didn't she? Though he might have said it before. I wasn't paying attention, so... Okay, Chobin will now show you the inventions of the inestimable Dr. Kamiko. Dr. Kamiko's inventions, it needs to be said, are #1 in the world. Chobin is full of admiration. Oh, why does Chobin know they are #1 worldwide? That needs there's so many regions, guy. There's no way. In the whole wide world, no one but Dr. Kamiko would invent such inventions. Therefore, they are #1 in the world without question. Sure. Our Dr. Kamiko, who is verily great, is there inventing in that room there. This man's hair. Hi, Doctor. What kind of funny machine are you working this time? Jovi wants to know. Uh-oh. The girl is at Dr. Miko's side again. Chobin hopes she's... Hey, no spoilers. No spoilers, Naron. Chobin hopes she is causing no disturbances. Anyway, let Chobin acquaint you with some of Dr. Kamiko's greatest inventions. Let the VCR roll. Man. Look, when this game came out, I'm pretty sure DVDs were already a thing, weren't they? like pretty sure. Dr. Kamiko's... Yeah, it is. Because I didn't know there was sandals. Also, you lied. It wasn't painful. They were unhealthy. Dr. Kamiko's inventions are #1 in the world. Chobin's choice is this. Ta-da! The unhealthy sandals. The insole... Well, not if you had a PS2, apparently. The insole started with lumpy nubs that failed to stimulate every pressure point in a fabulous way. Keep wearing these and Chobin will guarantee painful feet and chronic worsening of your health. And Chobin thinks it is superlative. Aha, incredible, is it not? There is much more than that, too. The doctor's inventions, which are fantastic, can be seen on this monitor. Chopin gives you permission to use this anytime you like. Well, I'm gonna look at it. Dr. Kamiko's inventions are #1 in the world. Chopin's choice this time, ta-da, the power-draining light bulb. At first glance, it's an ordinary sort of plain light bulb, but it positively gulps energy at 10 times the usual rate. Keep using this and the electricity bill will grow shockingly, and it won't be easy to find out why. Chopin thinks it's dazzling. The superpowered jet vacuum cleaner. Whatever it sucks up, it blows out the rear using powerful jet propulsion that shreds dust into fine particles. The more you vacuum, the more your rooms get covered in an invisible coat of dust from... There's no way. Invisible coat of dust is not a thing. The power-saving refrigerator. If the purpose is to conserve power, you won't be making a mistake with this refrigerator. It's truly one of a kind. It's an ultra energy conserver that usually stays off. It only turns on when its sensors detect someone in front of it. Food goes bad right away, but no one knows why because the fridge is on when the door is opened. Chopin thinks it's splendid. Tiny mic fair. The time cut recorder. It works with your video deck. When you're recording a TV program, this device ends the recording 5 minutes early. If you recorded a movie, you'll be at the best part at the end when suddenly the screen goes blank. Chopin thinks this is astonishing. How many of these are there? There's so many. It will amaze you. It only has 300 days in a year. Anyone using this will lose 65 days a year. Chopin thinks this is astounding. The Poke Pole. It's not a ball, it's a pole. Just like a Pokeball, it's painted red and white, but it's just a pole. People will confuse it with a Pokeball. Society will... Okay, this is the best one. Society will be engulfed in chaos? Chopin thinks it's magnificent. It might look like a Pokeball, but it's just a pole. The haunted radio. That is, it works like an ordinary radio. That is until 2 in the morning. If you listen very closely, you can hear a tiny voice. Please, help me. Maybe Dr. Kamiko just put in an odd program to do that. He denies it, but he must have done it absentmindedly. He must have. Chopin thinks this is frightfully excellent. Yeah, okay, okay. That should be all of them then. Door's locked. I definitely like the Pokeball. Did you come from the Pokemon HQ lab? My name is Makin. I run the park shop in Gate Port. How is this lab's director, Professor Crane? Or how is the lab's director, Professor Crane? Yes. Ah, yes. If you'd be so kind, please tell the professor that the machine part he needs is ready, and he should come get it any time. You there, you child. That area's off limits. Mimi. Mimi. Hi, big brother. This is a funny drawing. It's a really detailed drawing of a really weird machine. Huh? Are you going home already, big brother? But you just got here. Oh, Jovi gets it. Jovi has to show you how to get home, right? Okay, that's what Jovi will do. Jovi will take you home. Let's go home with big brother. I want to talk to the professor, though. I have a party? Jovi will visit again, Doctor. Bye-bye. Jovi is a Dr. Seuss character also. See a Pokemon? What does having her in my party mean? Oh, I like these sound effects. Wait, I have... Oh, that's... Okay, that's the one I fought. Huh? Incidentally, child, how long have you been here? Hmm? That's how Dr. Kamiko is all the time. Chobin said that a genius has different sensibilities from ordinary people. Does sensibilities mean you're kind of absent-minded and in a fog? Don't people say Professor Crane is a genius? Alright, well... They definitely want Jovi to be like... What's-her-face from the first game. She even has the same dead eyes. Dear Mega, you appear to have traveled far in your search for... How do you know? Please come back to the HQ lab as soon as you find her. I need your help with something. What is it? What is it? Email from the professor? He wants you to come home quickly? Jovi is worth... Jovi can shut the fuck up. Jovi is worried about letting you go by yourself, big brother. So Jovi will go home too. Let's go right now. I can see why people don't like Jovi. She's that whole trope of... Oh, hey, I know better than you. Despite... She's basically Iris from the Pokemon anime, who I absolutely despise, so I probably will not like her. Chobin is chaos. She's young Franziska. I mean, hair-wise, yeah. She is not Iris. Oh, hi, Mommy. We're back. Oh, Jovi, haven't I told you not to wander away by yourself? No, Mommy, you don't understand. Big Brother was lost, so Jovi brought him here. If Jovi wasn't there, Joey bets he'd be crying by now, saying he can't get home. Right, Big Brother? Oh my, Jovi, you're such a fuck this. Jovi, you're such a brave, resourceful girl. I mean, this is fair, right? Yes, Jovi is just a child that doesn't know any better. Whereas Iris, it's even worse because she's, like, got some responsibility. Or at least more than this character so far. But that's quite enough for today. Besides, Adam must be tired of waiting for you. Oh my... Here's what I want to know. Her boots are the same color. They're also like really tall boots, by the way. Her boots are the same color as her hair. Do people do that? Match their shoes to their hair color? I guess they don't, because most people don't have blue hair. Oh my gosh, I was in the middle of hide and seek. Okay, Big Brother, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Mega, thanks for finding Jovi for me. Oh yes, Professor Crane wanted to see you, Mega. Go see him right away, please. I mean, I would hope if you're wearing shoes, you're also wearing other stuff above the shoes, Sneaky. Oh, look, they're both there. What does Jovi have to do to get him to lend Jovi those googly glasses? Think, Jovi, think. What is it, Big Brother? Jovi is busy in a planning meeting. If you're sleepy, you can go use Jovi's bed. This is fair. People coordinate their hair and their shoes? Who does that? Like, I don't wear black shoes because I have black hair. I wear them because I like black shoes. I don't think, oh, my hair is pink, I should wear pink shoes. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying it's not a thing people do. Wait, what? Whoa, Kekalon is hiding here? Why? Jovi attempts at makeup became apparent. Why is there a Kecleon? Well, okay, they're outfits, but not specifically their shoes. Look, this is the long line of Mega doesn't get fashion. I don't get fashion. Where is Dr. Crane? Like, he was at the desk, right? Look, I knew I didn't get fashion when I said that, there's no need to purify Pokemon now. I wonder why Professor Crane and Lily are in such a hurry. They're probably because they're evil. Oh, I lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? I was going to say something that was going to piss Naran off. Oh, I was going to say that, look, the fact that people told me that wearing overalls was fashionable, the fact that that blows my mind should be all you need to know about me and fashion. Only babies and farmers wear overalls. Where is he? Summer, you have definitely heard this take before. If you haven't, you should have. Sure. Super Trainer? No, see, Summer, only farmers and babies wear overalls. Wow, he really is tough. He just gave me $250. Well, that was an eye-opener. Mega, you become a lot tougher without me noticing. Okay, I'll train you in the Battle Sim system too. That's what I'll do. I mean, I'm probably not gonna go... I'm probably just gonna wait until it comes online to watch it, honestly. Okay, he's just saying stuff I already knew. Can I run? I can't tell if B makes me run or not. Yeah, Afford is also or Afford is definitely a weird name also. Where the heck is the professor? Did I just not see him in the office? The Super Bowl trailer was pretty fun. Which I think is weird that people like are nostalgic for it, because I'm pretty sure most people have never like nobody actually watched, or most of the fans of Mario now probably never watched the Super Show when it was coming out, probably after the fact, because that was in the 80s. Omega, welcome back. Were you gone far away? He went downstairs just a little while ago. Professor Crane did. No, he's not downstairs because I went through this whole dang building. Does this take me upstairs or downstairs? Downstairs, okay. Well, it's the same. It's the same theme song from the Super Show. Like, it's literally just the Super Show's theme song. Wasn't the director in? Maybe he's in the testing room on the ground floor. Please go find him. Oh my lord, where is this dang director? Yeah, the plumber ad was the one that was in the Super Bowl. I did not watch any. I woke up and the Super Bowl was over, and I had the ending spoiled for me. Not that I cared, but like the first thing I woke up to was, oh, the Chiefs won. And it was like, well, I guess I don't have any desire to. Not that I had any desire to begin with, but I'm like, well, I don't have any desire to like look up anything about the game. Then I guess. The only commercial I knew about was the Super Show one. Or not Super, the Mario movie one. I did not. I ate chicken wings. Okay, is that him there? Hi there, Mega. I've been waiting for you. I wanted to show you the snag machine. Has Aiden said anything to you about the snag machine? Oh, I see, yes. Well, we named this special machine for catching Pokemon. No, you stole that name from Wes. The two of us, Aiden and I, were developing it, and now it's finally finished. I'd like to begin testing it immediately. Mega, will you help us? Okay, step inside, please. I should tell you, the snag machine is an outrageous piece of work. After all, it's used for stealing Pokemon from another trainer in battle. But we didn't make this to steal Pokemon indiscriminately from trainers. Mega, you've heard of Shadow Pokemon, haven't you? They're Pokemon that have been turned into fighting machines after their hearts closed by artificial means. They're to be pitied. We developed the snag machine to take back such modified Shadow Pokemon. Why this machine is needed now, I can explain later. But for now, I'd like you to test our snag machine. After all, you're the best trainer at this lab. The snag machine is inside this case. Try equipping it right away, please. Can't tell if Crane is evil or not. Why does it take up my entire arm? I don't think it was this, like, obvious on Wes, was it? Wow, it fits you perfectly. It looks so cool too, Mega. I'll also add a different feature to your PDA. It's called the Shadow Monitor. It lets you check data on the Shadow Pokemon you've encountered. I guess it's more obvious to me here because we only ever saw him with the snag machine in the first game. And also, it probably blended in better with his outfit. Because, like, he literally had, like, this supervillain, like, cyberpunk outfit. Whereas this guy is mostly just a regular kid. It's called the Shadow Monitor. See, how... I feel like, why do they need a machine? Because all it does is just, what? I guess override the Pokemon registration system. Like, it shouldn't be that complicated to steal someone's Pokemon, in theory. It's called the Shadow Monitor. It lets you check data on Shadow Pokemon you've encountered, so we don't have to use that weird girl anymore. I love these sound effects. Thank you, Aiden. That's it, Mega. That's spot on. From here on, it will be a lot easier to just show you how it works in practice rather than trying to describe it. Let's go upstairs to the battle system room. Whoops, how silly of me. I almost forgot to give you these. In order to use the Sang machine, you need at least one Pokeball, so I'll give you these. Pokeballs aren't used in the Ore region, so we import them from another region. Did they had Pokeballs... Wait a minute. They had Pokeballs in the first game, right? Not that you used them in anything but the Snag machine, but like... What do they use instead then? If they're with... Wait, if they're not used but you import them, then they are used. They're just not made in the Ore region. But you do use them. Okay, now we're set. Let's hurry over to the director. Modern Pokemon games would have illegal 3D printed Pokeballs that are unregistered and wreak havoc on the public. No, they'd have Pokepoles. All right, you're right. They did have... He had the... But it wasn't, like, illegal, right? He just was like, oh, yeah, these things. But, like, everyone still used Pokeballs to release their Pokemon, right? So they still used them. They just didn't... Like, nobody, like, I guess buys Pokeballs, but, like, when you think about it, every Pokemon in that game still was released from a Pokeball. So they still used the Pokeballs. They just didn't have any somehow. Who are you people? What's happening? Did you hear screaming from the reception area? I mean, probably, yeah. It's terrible, Mega. Some strange man came barging in and took off with the director. But, like, my Eevee's in a Pokeball already. Well, he's dead. Well, he's also dead. What is this machine? These guys have the dumbest outfits. Will you let go of me? Where do you think you're taking me? Foo foo foo. I'm taking you to the new lab, Professor. Or to your new lab. What? My new lab? Move it. We don't have any time. If you don't want to get hurt, hustle yourself into that car. That's a car? You people, what are you? Moog you. Pineco's also dead. Well, he's fainted. Huh? What is it, punk? You're going to play hero and try to stop us? I don't show mercy to anyone, not even kids. Probably. Spy naps? Spy naps? Spy naps? What is that? What's the scouter say about his power level? Mega, the aura reader is responding to that shadow Pokemon. Hurry, Mega, hurry! Throw a Pokeball at it. Wait, what did it say on... It's 11 plus? Is that because it's shadow, probably? There we go. I didn't do anything. What was that? My shadow Pokemon. Was it a snag? Okay, right. I did play Coliseum, but it has been like 2 years now, I think. Maybe not quite 2 years. So I played in December 2021. That would be one. It's only been a year ago then. Maybe it's only been like over a year. No, it has to be more than over a year though. Year and a half maybe. Kid, what is that machine on your arm? Could it be a snag machine? What the heck is that doing here? That's big news. Come on, move. I need to report this to headquarters, like now. I do like their scarves. They're defying scarves. Wow, they took the professor away. Don't cry, Jovi. I'm sure Professor Crane will be okay. Sniff. Aiden, we've contacted the police and the proper authorities. I like how they say the police and the proper authorities about Professor Crane. They should let us know if they discover anything. I still can't believe this is happening. Also, well, I guess there is. No, there are police officers in the original Pokemon. I mean, Officer Jenny in the anime, but I guess there is, because they're like investigating the Sofco break-in, I think. Though in recent games, I feel like there's no cops in recent games unless they're just like random Pokemon trainers, as opposed to like actual like enforcement. Usually, the enforcement is the gym leaders, if anything, nowadays. Professor Crane predicted that someone will again try making shadow Pokemon. His prediction was on the mark. Mega, the Teddy Ursa you snagged probably isn't the only shadow Pokemon that was made. When the Purified Chamber is complete, we will be able to save many shadow Pokemon at the same time, but Professor Crane is crucial to this project. Without him, there's nothing we can do. I mean, that's fair. My mom's like, let's complete it. We'll finish the Purified Chamber. I hope it doesn't explode. Also, why do we need that dramatic pause, by the way? Lily, the director's not here. It's hopeless. There isn't any possible way to get it done. You're on the verge of finishing. This isn't the time to feel sorry for yourself. The Purified Chamber project got this far not just because Professor Crane was here. We got here because we all worked as a team. Having come this far, it would be wrong to stop now. Our pride as scientists is on the line. Let's finish the project as one. The song was very good. Things will get very busy around here. I'll go upstairs and check how the data processing is progressing. Okay, what color... is my dad a Lear? Because my mom has brown hair, right? And then, meanwhile, I have red hair and my sister has blue hair. How? Jovi hopes the professor is okay. Jovi hopes he isn't hurt. Wait, will he wait until Jovi gets bigger and goes to rescue him? Plus on mine and jeans. Actually, you know what? That is the reason why we have red and blue hair, is because I assume I have a Plusle and she has a Minun. Mego, we got to purify that shadow Pokemon you've caught soon too, but the Purified Chamber won't be ready for a while yet. What would be a good idea? Probably. Shudder. If those horrible men come back, they'll come after me. I'm sure of it. I get it now. I understand why Professor Crane and Lily were in such a hurry to get this project completed. If shadow Pokemon are being made somewhere by criminals, we have to restore them to their natural state using our system. We were so close to finishing the purified chamber when the director was taken away. No, no, no. This is no time for moping. We gotta focus and work on getting the project finished. Where am I actually going? Am I just following my mom? But, like, it's not the same character, right? I don't think. Unless, like, she dyed her hair. I mean, don't confirm if they show up. I don't know if they do, but... It's true that, is it the true the director was abducted by thugs? Yes. Darn, Mega, get stronger using my system and teach the kidnappers a lesson they won't soon forget. No. It's okay, you don't need to hide things from me. I can take it. I've heard, Mega. It's so hard to believe that someone would abduct Professor Crane. Oh, that's right. Mega, I heard you got a new Pokemon. The battle sim system simulates many simulations. Want to train on it now? No. Mega, do you remember the Shao incident 5 years ago? A criminal syndicate named Cypher plotted world domination by producing Shao... Did they? I'm pretty sure they plotted just making money. Because they didn't even use them as a weapon. They put them in... They ended up getting regular people having them so that they could have really extreme battles in Colosseums. There was no world domination involved. Fortunately, 2 brave young people defeated Cypher and the Shadow Pokemon were restored to their natural selves. This tale is becoming the stuff of legends nowadays. I have to give credit to this game. Not that it's that much more, but this game is like, oh, it's set 5 years after, which is a decent amount of time for things to happen without too much change. Compare that to Black 2 that's like, oh yeah, 2 years later and an entire city has been built, but meanwhile our main city has not changed at all. Like, you could have at least made it like more time. I think that was like one arm of the operation, but it was also like the most well fleshed out part of the plot. I mean, Colosseum was definitely like, again, kind of a rush plot, I feel like. This basic data should be fine now. Keep going with it. Mega, you came at the right time. May I get you to run an errand for me at Gate and Port? We've ordered a special machine part for the Purified Chamber from the parts shop. Yeah, we're like basically in an entire, like we're in an entire different section because the desert's right over there. But it's not like in Pokemon Black, the section where in Black 2, the section where all that city is, in Black, it's on the map, it's just not developed. It like literally is changed in Black 2. Whereas here, you could easily buy that you just didn't see this place in the first game. Jovi knows the part shop. It's next door to Millie's house. Mommy, can Jovi go? Jovi wants to help everyone. Jovi, I appreciate your offer. I know you want to help, but it's an important component. Okay, Jovi, you're a member of the lab staff too. I know you want to help, but it's important. Fine, whatever. You may go if you take Mega with you. Dear, would you mind going with Jovi? Okay, Mommy, Big Brother is Jovi's assistant. You have to listen to Jovi, Big Brother. I hate kids. Mega, Jovi, both of you be very careful, please. I'm counting on the two of you. What happened to Kecleon? There he is. Oh, I never imagined something huge like this would happen while I snoozed. If this is a dream, let me awaken now. Do you suppose maybe the same bunch that kidnapped the director also has something to do with the missing ship? Who can pull off capers like that? Could there be anyone besides Cypher? If it really was Cypher that raided the cargo ship, then we've got big trouble. All the Pokemon on that ship could end up being transformed into Shadow Pokemon. You're off to Geaton Port with Jovi? Geaton Port, like the name, is a port town. It's due south of the lab. Take care on your trip. There have been multiple reports of Pokemon attacks on people from widespread regions. The authorities have launched an investigation to determine if there were any connection to the Shadow Pokemon incident 5 years ago. The investigation also appears to probe the link, if any, to the disappearance of the SS Libra, which vanished with numerous Pokemon on board. Okay, can I take my Plusle with me? I guess Plusle and Miner are kind of mascots for this game because doubles. Is it really true? Was our director taken away? Really? Is it really? It really is true. But why would anyone want to kidnap Professor Crane? Ow, ow, ow. That's one experience I don't want to repeat. It must have been rough for you too, Mega. I wonder if the director's okay. He's a thinker, not a fighter. I'm still steamed over this. I wouldn't have lost them in a Pokemon battle, but those cowards jumped me without warning and punched my lights out. Oh, by the way, did you see them running off towards the southeast? Their hideout could be somewhere in the southeast. Oh, thank goodness the Pineco's okay. Hey, Mega Jovi, where are you two off to? Jovi is on an important trip to Geaton Port. Big Brother is Jovi's assistant. Huh? Mega is your assistant. You must be confident with such a good assistant, Jovi. Anyway, Mega, could we ask you to hold on to that snag machine and use it? There may be other Shadow Pokemon out there. If you spot one, rescue it from the criminals. I'll make approaches to the authorities and other people to have Pokeballs available for sale at shops. Wait, you'll just... Wait, you just said that we don't use Pokeballs in Ore, despite the fact again that my Eevee was in a Pokeball, but we don't use Pokeballs in Ore, so we have to import them. So you're just going to suddenly make all these like, that's not how commerce works. You can't just call the government and be like, start stocking Pokeballs. There's more. I wanted to give you these to you, Mega. Crane Memo 1. Crane Memo 2. There are documents on Shadow Pokemon that Professor Crane and I compiled. Please read them. In order the new Ballers Customs blocking the sale of Pokeballs. I like how they pay themselves in the corner by saying that Pokeballs weren't used in the last game, even though they could have in this game just been like, well, after the incident they started selling Pokeballs. Instead, they still were like, hey, we have no Pokeballs until, oh, actually, you know what, we kind of need them. Okay, where am I seeing these memos? Is it under items? Yeah. The snag system. Shadow Pokemon are victims of criminals who use them for their misdeeds. They must be taken from their bad masters and protected. The most effective means of taking such Pokemon from criminals is the snag system developed by Cypher 5 years ago. It is an unforgivable act among trainers to steal another trainer's Pokemon, but there is no other way to save Shadow Pokemon. The snag system was originally designed to steal any Pokemon from trainers. We must merely develop a system that snags only Shadow Pokemon and nothing else. Well, wait a minute. Technically, like, the one that we had in the first game could have stolen anyone, but we could only use it on Shadow Pokemon too. Was it because our partner yelled at us if we try to use it on anyone else, or... Because in theory, you could have used it on any of them, right? With how that one was developed. The Aura Reader. It is impossible for ordinary people to distinguish Shadow Pokemon from regular Pokemon based on appearance. In developing a new snag system, our biggest challenge was devising some way to recognize Shadow Pokemon immediately. We solved this challenge with a headset device that senses Shadow Pokemon. Because we didn't want to make a new character, we named this headset the Aura Reader. Even though they could have just made... I feel like Jovi was probably supposed to be that like, to be able to see Shadow Pokemon, and they realized, or we could just have technology. I can't remember what we named her in that game. It wasn't Wes or Rui. It was something else. Oh, she is on my back. Okay. Do I want to go to the Krabby Club? Wait, who goes there? You must be another burglar. Chobham will put you straight, don't you? What? What? I'm literally the same person! Look, is that your big question, Salas? And not why is he thinking I'm a burglar despite already having come into this room? Or not, this I've already been here before. Oh, we got more than one move now. We got Shadow Blitz and Shadow Mist. There's only one move, I think, last time. Look, it's fine. Chobin lost. Chobin lost. Oh, silly Chobin, what are you looking at? Huh? Oh, you're that boy from before. Chobin wishes you spoke up right away. Today, Jovi is very busy. Jovi has an important job with Jovi's assistant big brother. Is that so? But you being here in person now, do you have to have a look at Dr. Kamiko's inventions? You may say anything, but Dr. Kamiko's inventions are #1 in the whole wide world. Chopin is full of admiration. Is there any point to being here? I just thought like maybe there was something here, but nope. No, it's the same stuff. Okay. I like how they're not even showing me what it is. It's just he just videotaped himself on the TV. Hello there, Mega, was it? You've come calling with your younger sister again? Wrong. Today we are going to Gatenport on a very important job. Big Brother is Jovi's assistant. Mega explained what had been happening to Makin. What was that? The HQ Lab's director was abducted? That's terrible. Their modus operandi. It feels similar to that incident 5 years ago. It may be Cypher. But one can't say conclusively say that. Before we get to thinking, we need your machine part. It's waiting for you at my shop in Gaten Port. Have a word with my grandson, Purr. He should know. Foo, foo, foo. When this robo is complete, I shall become the world's most powerful man. Foo, foo, foo. Huh? Huh? Who are you? How long have you been there? I'm in the middle of a highly important research. I'm quite busy. Now, if you'll excuse me, I ask that you refrain from disturbing me. I will give the GameCube era some credit. It has a lot of this weird, like, you wouldn't see stuff like this nowadays in modern RPGs, I feel like. Chopin cannot function without them. Like, these just weird, like, one-off areas with, like, weird guys. Like, this, it's big, like, this era energy for RPGs. Or games in general, but... I don't know, it distinctly has that kind of energy. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'm trying to think how I can... Is there a way to, like, pause? Because I was gonna do, like, the music, but do how I have to set up. I don't know if I can. I guess we'll just... yeah, because I can't pause that without... Yeah, I guess we will just have this on and not have the actual... Well, let's go into the port then, see what music's here. Okay, this will be good music. Wow, big brother. Look, look, it's the sea. The sea, it's so big. Listen, listen, the part shop is over there. Hurry, big brother. This way, this way. Ouchies, Joey fell down. Hey now, where do you think you're going? Oh, sorry, Joey, sorry, it wasn't on purpose. And look at what you've done! You messed up the happening look of Zook, the coolest, baddest, and most happening guy around. Grr, sorry doesn't begin to cut it. You there, yeah, you punk. You're with this munchkin, aren't ya? And it looks like you're a trainer. You look like you'll be 1,000,000 times more fun than some munchkin. I'll stomp you flat with my shadow Pokemon. That's quite enough of that. Guess who's evil? Pokemon aren't meant to be used in such a manner. Choose your place and time. Shoot it! Hey, meddling senior citizen, take your preaching to someone who cares. Or do you want me to pound you too? Mr. Virich, perhaps I should... Huh, who do you think you are? So you're gonna you're going to play the man and... So you're going to play the man? Hey, Master Starman! Thank you so much for the raid. Chocobo Ghost, we got TM13, Ice Beam, Corn, Mazed, and Confused. I think you were playing Metroid Prime Remastered, right? How far did you get? But I hope you had a good stream. I am playing Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness for the first time. I played Coliseum a year or two back, and I'm now playing this for the first time, starting the playthrough today. So, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome Armand and Master Starman. I hope you had a good stream. Well, I know he got Ice Beam, but I didn't know if he got further than that. I assume that he got Ice Beam. Yeah, see, he got the Plasma Beam. But yeah, I hope the remake has been treating you well. I assume you've played the game before, right? Just playing it again, or maybe you haven't. But yeah, I've been enjoying this so far. It's got a lot of weird characters, but so did the first game. Yeah, I was like pretty sure, but I just was, double check. Mystery Man Ardos. Who just has an Alakazam? Oh, there's a new game plus. Is that new or was it in the original? Your power, where does it come from? You've done it now. Don't think you're getting away with messing with the great Zook. Remember this. This man. Should I give chase? No, that won't be necessary. He won't come back. Leave him be. Yes, sir. Let us be on our way. It's in the Wii version. But your scan... Oh, okay. It's in the original. You can play on hard mode with all your scans. Okay. Thank you. Ha. That hardly deserves such gratitude, my little lady. I'm actually evil, probably. We did only what we had to be done. Nothing more. There's no way that guy's not evil. There's no way that guy's not evil. Alright, so I know I just got a raid, but I am going to take a very quick 2-minute break because I need some water. And when I get back, we will continue on in the port town and find that machine part we're looking for. So I'll be right back, guys. Just a quick 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I am back. Alright, so... that old man, Mr. Burridge, he's supposed to be really wealthy. The people with him were really strong, too. Wow, were they ever cool. Definitely not the main villain, probably. Sure, there are many hotheads around these parts, but picking on kids like you is going too far. But the guy that ran off, I don't remember seeing him around. Welcome. Okay, I'm like, how far back can I go here? We're gonna go there, Zany, I promise. Hey, Fast and Supersonic, welcome. That Oddish is having a time. I've decided to give up my life on the sea for life on dry land so I can raise this Oddish. One day I'll make it evolve into a Vileplume, or a Blossom would be great too. Whichever one I choose, I'll need a special item for the evolution to happen. That Pikachu portrait also. Oh, what should I do? My son says he's going to quit being a sailor, but he's adamant about it. Ever since he got an Oddish a while back, it consumed his life. From morning to night, it's Oddish this and Oddish that. A book titled A Study of Land-Dwelling Pokemon. An unidentified gang swarmed the Pokemon HQ lab and abducted Professor Crane, the head of the operations. We have unconfirmed reports that one of the alleged perpetrators used a shadow Pokemon during the raid. We will bring you updates on this story as the news breaks. If I had an Oddish, I would also talk about it all the time. Probably for different reasons, though, because if you had an Oddish, people would be like, how the heck do you have an Oddish? How does this work? Like, is this, like, supposed to be, like, broken down? Or why is this transitioned into, like, checkerboard chase all of a sudden? You know already, don't you? Yes. Well, of course you would. You're a Pokemon trainer. You should know. Is that right? Then I better tell you. You should know, though. This building is a Pokemon Center. Were there Pokemon Centers in the first game? I don't think there were. This is where you can get your Pokemon restored to full health. The building next to it is the Pokemon... No, it's the shop. They sell all sorts of useful items. Learning to use those two facilities properly will make you a qualified trainer. It's basic. Well, wait, isn't this ore? Wait. Isn't this ore? What's Fanic? I know the name Fan. Is this game region Fanic and the first game is ore, or? Oh, Fanic was the town. Okay, yeah. I think you're right. There probably was some Pokemon centers, but it wasn't as common, at least. Okay, right. I feel so privileged. I got to see Mr. Burridge again today. That cute face, his adorable build. Sigh, I feel faint. He bedazzles me so. He is... I mean, I guess she is old, so fair enough, but... That luxury cruiser moored behind the part shop belongs to Mr. Burridge. Jovi? Is that you, Jovi? Oh, Emilian... How do you even say that? Cry? I cry every time. The names in this region, man. Ackery. So it was you, Jovi. Being harassed by that big, strange man. Were you okay? Yep, strong people helped us. Big Brother was there too, so nothing bad happened. Jovi came here on an important visit. Big Brother is Jovi's assistant today. Oh, you must be Jovi's brother, Mega. I'm glad we finally met. I'm Emily. Hi, Jovi's big brother. Jovi has been a very nice friend to my daughter, Emily. The elderly gentleman's name is Mr. Virich. He comes here by boat with his 2 assistants occasionally. There's something mysterious about him, don't you think? He's supposed to be fabulously wealthy. Rumors like that give me the shivers. Rumors like that? How's that a rumor, though? I feel like you could pretty much know if he's wealthy or not. I'm hoping to become a novelist. Whenever I come across anything mysterious, I try to imagine a story around it. Anyway, be careful in this town. There are a lot of rough customers about. All proper nouns are all in caps. Yeah, I'm apparently not a proper noun. Emily, we should be going. Okay, bye-bye, Jovi. Yep, see you, Emily. I mean, this scene seems pretty normal, Master Starman, unless something weird happens now. Or unless you were thinking of something else. Okay, well, I assume I want to go right then, because left takes me to the part shop, I would imagine. Just based on that. There's a PC for anyone to use at every Pokemon Center. You're free to use it too. I think we've already seen a close-up of Jovi, but there's probably more. It probably will happen if it hasn't. I became a trainer at this age, so I've been coming here daily to learn more about what training involves. But wow, I see that you're already raising Pokemon at your age. I consider that impressive. Alright, I'll do my best to keep up with you. I've been on dry land for so long now, I'm losing the feel for my life on the sea. I've assembled all my supplies and my Pokemon are restored to full health, but who knows when the next ship will sail. Yeah, this is really good. I like how the first game was all desert, and this game they're like, what if we added water? We're lucky to have Pokemon Centers. I mean, it's free. Doesn't matter how many Pokemon you have. A Pokemon Center restores them all for free? Isn't that great? Sea-dwelling Pokemon. If Pokemon need to rest, nothing can be better than the Pokemon Center. While even seniors like me visit here to rest on occasion. You're not a Pokemon. I mean, this game, I think, probably most people played it when they were young and haven't played it since. And it's not like it's available wide, like it's, you know, GameCube era games are in general the hardest to come by right now because they don't really have any of them. I think that's the thing, too. Like, I'm not going to get into my whole GameCube hate rant, but I will say, of all the systems, GameCube is definitely the one at the moment that is the least accessible because every other system has some accessibility in modern day. Even like the Wii, most of its games have been ported, or as of right now, until like soon, they're on Wii U, downloadable, a lot of them. GameCube, if you didn't have the GameCube version, then that's it. You just can't play it. So, like this game cost me $150. So GameCube is just like really inaccessible. So I think that's a lot of why people really are like super like hyping up the GameCube is just lack of being able to play it, you know. There are so many items that are really bewildering. What should I get, I wonder? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really into getting it at the time, but like after I played like when I saw it, I'm like, well, I'm going to stream this, and people will enjoy it. So I'm buying a whole lot here. How about throwing in a little bonus? How about it? Come on. Oh, welcome. Welcome to my Pokemart. And, what was I supposed to say? Oh, it doesn't matter. I finally become the owner of a Pokemon Mart. Oh no, what am I saying? I'm so sorry. Hello, welcome to our Pokemon Mart. How may I serve you? There's no Pokeballs here. I can't go through. Also, I love how, like, probably more than any other Pokemon, they really wanted to push Munchlax hard. Because this is, like, Gen 3 still. But, like, Munchlax, like, you'd be forgiven for thinking he was a Gen 3 Pokemon since he's in the Pokemon Advanced anime. I think at that point it was Battle Frontier. And also, he is in this game. Yeah, Mayhead of Munchlax. There hasn't been much sailors lately. They've taken to willing around their time away at the Krabby Club. They're all burly lunks, though. They're not that sort of culture type like me. So isn't this guy from the first game? I feel like. You're a Munchlax, Zany? I've kept most of my games, like, so my SNES I have still, or my SNES, the original one that my mom had, I gave those games away when it stopped working. Unfortunately, my new SNES is also not working right now. So those games I got away, but the N64 games, I kept all those copies. GameCube, I kept most of the games that were mine. The problem was it was a family console, so like the games that were like my games, I kept. But then there were a few games that were like my brother's or just like family. And a lot of those I think ended up getting sold at some point, unfortunately. Including some of the ones that my brother bought, including this. But at that point I was already at, you know, I was already at college at that point. But for the most part I was pretty good about I never really sold games in general. At most, when I went to college and bought a bunch of games, I sold a bunch of those. But I was already I was already old at that point. As a kid, I always kept everything I had for the most part. Things I regret selling is stuff like my old Pokemon cards or like Bionicles and stuff like that. That'd be cool to have as keepsakes, but oh, that sucks, Alice. My problem with the SNES right now is I'm having an issue where it won't let me go left on the D-pad for some reason, which is really weird. To be fair, Master Storyman, I mean, obviously, story-wise, like, it's obvious it's a sequel to Colosseum, but, like, just looking at the game, it's called Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. What would make you think that that's a sequel to Colosseum, like, name-wise? It could just be its own standalone thing based on that name. Oh, that probably is actually... Sculptor's Cut is, like, pretty expensive, isn't it? Like, it's like one of the rarest N64 games, I think. I know we rented Bomberman The Second Attack. We never owned it, but that one's also super rare, too. Now look here, boy, the Krabby Club is open only to tough trainers. I suppose I could let you in if you can beat me in a battle. Let's go for it. It really is how tough are ya? Why does the Krabby Club look like the dumbest looking Krabby I've ever seen? Well, I think in general, gaming prices have gone up recently as well. So they can learn moves that aren't shadow moves, it seems like. Because he has Lick, too. I am probably going to... I have a bunch of, like, N64 games I want to get rid of. Because I'm not going to ever play them. And they're also not... But they're mostly, like, not good games. I probably will see if anyone wants to buy them first before I sell them. But... And also, like, I have, like, Path of Radiance I probably will just get rid of as well. I know people will probably want that, actually, so... I mean, isn't Wii Unleashed also, like, just the worst version, I think? You're quite strong, I must admit. I sense a fantastic potential in you as a trainer of Pokemon. The more you battle, the stronger your Pokemon shall grow. It is up to you to put in the effort. Also, there is no rule forbidding anyone but tough traders from entering the Krabby Club. We have so much idle time on our hands, I decided to play a little prank on you. Ha ha ha. These guys, these dang body structures of these men. When the shipping traffic's down this much, there's not much we selling men can do except sit around and mope. Isn't that right, matey? I'd say so, matey. When everyone's scared witless of going out to sea, there's some guy leaving port on some super luxury cruiser. That's a surprise, matey. I'd say so, matey. It takes someone really rich. I don't mean just rich, but like stinking rich to have a cruiser that gorgeous. Don't you agree, matey? I'd say so, matey. Now, I've never played any copy of Unleashed. That's just what I've heard. When someone's talking, you should be paying attention. Isn't that right, matey? I'd say so, matey. Gah! Krabby Club. Whoa, hold up. You're too young to appreciate these sets up close, lad. What? They're juggling. There's nothing risque about it. Also, how are they changing colors? They say seats, not sets. I did say seats. Wait, it doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, let's hear it. Razzle dazzle. I assume he meant sets as in, like, the performance going on. As in, it was like a risque performance. That's what I was... But you're right, it is seats. Those girls are a top-billed duo of the Krabby Club. They call themselves the Magicians. They can sing, they can dance, they can do a decent magic act, too. They're a triple threat, and we idolize them. Oh, aye, you're the greatest magicians. Yeah, Mr. Varich footing the tab again today. Yeah, I'm gonna gorge myself. I slept in and missed my ship. It turns out the ship I was supposed to be on is the cargo ship that went missing. It made me sit up and notice how fate can turn on the littlest thing. Gahaha! Eat up! Eat up! Then eat some more! Eat to the last drop of strength! Who knows who the guy is, but let's hear it from Mr. Varich. Hip hip hooray! Usually, if no ship comes to the harbor, my business dries up. But thanks to Mr. Varich, business is booming. Every day, the man treats everyone to free meals and drinks. That Mr. Varich is like a bottomless sack of money. Okay, that's just old. I was like, is that anything new? Okay. Who are you? A while ago, I saw this obviously wealthy old gent and his sidekicks go upstairs to the VIP section. It seems the old guy's the talk of the town these days. Okay, that's not a door. I can't just go back here? Why are you letting me come back here? Well, it's not stealing if I take it. Oh, the kids from earlier. Thank you, Mr. Cool Man. Jovi thanks you for saving Jovi earlier. Oh, is that all? That was merely putting a fool in his place. Don't worry about it. Are you actually? What are you ordering, Sturm? Also, hi, Sturm. The elderly gentleman with the entourage in back, that would be Mr. Varich, and he is quite the VIP, probably. He's been letting everyone in town feast on his money just because he'll be staying here for a while. I gotta get blue cheese, though, Sturm. Ooh, that sounds good. I went to, I grabbed McDonald's today, which was surprisingly busy, and it was kind of like, I mean, I'm not doing anything for Valentine's Day, but I'm like, is it busy because of, like, I mean, if you get McDonald's for Valentine's Day, no hating on you, but that's definitely not what I would think of as a romantic dinner also, because it was, like, really busy. We're working now. If you want an autograph, make it later. Tra-la-la. Tra-li-la-la. My dance is entrancing. The line is super busy, but I don't really know why. Valentine's Day, Stir. Did I go up here? Mother, I'm making my debut today. I'm so nervous. I don't relish the thought of going on stage after the magicians. They're the top act here, after all. The crabby couple are sure calm, though. They're stage veterans and it shows. Huh. We're the veteran act of the Krabby Club. We've been here the longest. Our Pokemon Twosome act remains the world's best for all time. And we certainly won't be upstaged by upstarts like the magicians on stage now. Look, Krabby. 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 I mean, it is the Krabby Club, so... Other good and Pokemon include Decidueye, Snob, Alone, and Sand. Voice to text is really fun. One of my favorite Pokemon is Aggron, but I also like Purrcircle. Berserker was what I assumed. I put in A and slash instead of slash Lamau. Sand slash. Palosan. He doesn't really like Palosan. Yeah, alone. That makes sense. Alone and sand slash. Okay, there's nothing in the Krabby Club, but it was fun. Let's go and actually progress the plot. That battle was awesome. Both sides had wicked Pokemon. It was wild. Uh-oh, I forget what I'm supposed to get on my errand. Yeah, remind me. Jovi, when can we play a game? Play again? Big Brother can't run errands by himself without Jovi, so Jovi might not be able to play for a while. I hope Jovi's Big Brother will be able to run errands by himself soon. I hate Jovi. I'm thinking of writing a novel with a character modeled after the much talked about Mr. Verage, who is the mysterious gentleman that suddenly arrived in Gadian port. At times, a generous tycoon, but his true identity, a swashbuckling... well, I'm just spoiling the plot of this game, probably. How's that for a story premise? Doesn't it get your heart racing? I guarantee you that this lady is just, like, writing the actual plot of the game. That's probably the part shop. When a ship leaves the harbor, they make the bridge rotate to open the way. The bridge operator using a button in the middle. The rotating bridges appear to be out of commission, though. Well, is that person just stuck there then? Some dude gave me his paper number and told me to tell the people working that he can't wait for his order and he has to get back to work. How does that work? They supposed to just deliver it to him, or... Also, are you going to do that for him? Why did he just give some random guy his number? The sea is wide and it's fathoms deep. So full of Pokemon it'll make you weep. How was up, kid? Were you captivated by my singing? I'll have you know I placed second at the Krabby Club's music contest. No. Oh, you weren't? Then let me guess. You came for a Pokemon battle, right? If you can beat me, you'll get something good. Sailor Bost. The names in this game, Sturm, are incredible. Well, they were incredible in Coliseum. I assume they are incredible in this game, too. They've been decent so far. I feel like already we've seen way more Gen 3 Pokemon in this, which makes sense. Like, Coliseum was way more like, hey, so we have Ruby and Sapphire, and I think, did Coliseum come out when Fire and Red and Leaf Green were out at that point, or they were coming out at the very least? Because it was basically, you didn't have any way to, the reason why Coliseum has so many Gen 2 is because that was the only way to get them at the time. Since Gen 3 is cut off from 1 and 2. Was before Fire Red and Fire Red, but it was the same year. It had to have been close, at least. But clearly they released Coliseum with a bunch of Gen 2 Pokemon because they wanted people to be able to, you know, transfer them over to their games. But this game already, you can see they were adding a lot more Gen 3 Pokemon because they don't have that obligation as much now. No free food, but you got your food. Let me know if the shake is good. Coliseum was late 2003 in Japan, but 2004 everywhere else. Okay. So it was for Japan. It was like at the same time. That's all that really matters is Japan. Except to name that game too. I mean, this game specifically probably came out way late, right? This had to be one of the latest GameCube games, probably. Well, who would have thought it? Me lose to a kid like you. Now, if this were singing, I'd have you beat. But I promised. I'll give you this, kid. Ooh, TM45. Well, and unlike N64, well, I guess N64, like, the latest game, N64 games were 2001, which, like, still kind of pretty much ended when the GameCube came out. I guess, yeah, because the NES had some games that were coming out super late. Same with the SNES, honestly. N64 kind of was a hard cutoff, and GameCube was especially a hard cutoff, I think. Because, a lot of games that were going to be on the GameCube were just moved to the Wii. Which is something that they didn't really do before. Like, that was like, I feel like maybe not the first time, but it was, because obviously not the first time, because they had some examples of that, like with the SNES era, but especially like Super Paper Mario, Donkey Kong, the racing game. I mean, Twilight Princess was like ported to the Wii. There was a whole bunch that ended up. Super Paper Mario is the most obvious one, yeah. I think Mario Party 8 might have been considered for GameCube, but I'm not sure on that. I know there was a lot of games that were just transferred over. Meanwhile, like, as soon as the, like, GameCube, I think the Twilight Princess might have been the last GameCube game, or one of the last GameCube games. But I know, like, Chibi Robo was, like, super late GameCube, and that's partly why it didn't sell well. And this one was also fairly late, too. Hi, did you want something here? The shopkeeper's out right now. He said something about having to go out to Dr. Kamen, what was it now? Well, to the doctor's manor is where he went. He said his grandson or Purr will be back from repairing the rotating bridges, so I'm supposed to mind the shop until then. But I don't know where anything is or how to ring up a sale or anything. I haven't got a clue what to do. I suppose it doesn't matter, though. It's really quiet here, and I'm getting awfully bored, really. If you like, how about you help me while some time away? I've got a tale to tell you might find interesting. When I was younger, I sailed all the world sea as a navigator. Our world is huge, and this huge world is filled with incredible profusion. An incredible profusion? What does that even mean? An incredible profusion of Pokemon. I am progressing the plot, I think. Of all the Pokemon in our world, the one that I found the most interesting is Eevee. Now, Eevee is a unique Pokemon. It can evolve into 5 different types of Pokemon. Well, not now. While I sailed, I studied Eevee quite exhaustively. As a result, I obtained 5 items that are the keys to Eevee's evolution. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? 3 of them, but 2 of them wouldn't be unless you just... What? You can't... There's no item that you use for Umbreon or Espeon. Oh, you say that you're raising an Eevee? What a fortuitous coincidence. This must have been meant to happen. Well, let me commemorate this occasion by giving you one of the 5 items. There's no need to be shy about it. Go ahead, choose one. That's not how it works! Is this the only game where Moon and Sun Shards are used for Umbreon and Espeon? I think it must be, right? Because obviously no day and night cycle, and then the original game you just had them. Alright, this is an actual hey chat. No, I know, Zany. I just think it's funny that they, like every other game has been able to do it except this one, which is weird, because that's usually not the Eevee form that gets changed. It was usually like Glaceon and Leafeon. Okay, this is a hey chat. Is this like locked in, I guess? Like, this is pretty early to lock me in. You're locked in. Well, this is like, I don't even know what Pokemon would be effective here. Okay, we are going to do a poll, but I'm going to like... I think by logic, I probably shouldn't do Umbreon and Espeon, right? Because I do like them, but we used them in the last game. So that probably doesn't make sense. I mean, I would go Vaporeon personally, but... I guess we'll just do Eevee, Vap, Jolt, Flare. I mean, I guess I can put... I hate to... we'll do it. We'll put Umbreon. And we'll do Esp. We'll do 2 minutes. Start poll. The problem is I don't know what, like, would be even the best choice, considering, Like, there's no other way to get these items except for from this one guy, then, I assume? I wish I could, like, back out and choose later, but I guess I can't, right? I don't even... There's only 4 votes on my screen. Oh, wait, no, it's showing 5. Someone must have voted last second for Umbreon. Who, what did you want, Zany? Well, that's what technically won. I guess I hate Jolteon though. This is probably the ugliest Pokemon. Like, Flareon's almost just as like my favorite evolutions are Vaporeon. I like both Umbreon and Espeon. Vaporeon and Glaceon, and then I like Sylveon. I do not like either of these. No, I did. Technically, like, only a few people voted, so I'm not going to say it's a hard poll. But it seems like it's kind of split. I'm definitely not going to choose these guys, though. We used them last time. Yeah, I mean, that is true. I was thinking about that. Also, wait, what does this even mean, by the way? I just realized. Changes water into HP? It's a weird way to describe what that does. I mean, I guess it's not wrong, but... Well, yeah, but that's a hack, though. For all we know, that's just because of that. Sturm, did you vote? Sturm, did you vote? Sturm! Stop saying water dog. Did you vote? You were the one that voted for Vaporeon? Somebody else had Vaporeon too, didn't they, though? Oh, that was Sturm. I vote for Fire. Well, that doesn't actually break any... That just ties it now. I like Vaporeon though. Though apparently everyone's like weird about Vaporeon. I don't know. There's some. I've only heard people talk about it. I've never even seen this. But apparently people are like, you can't like Vaporeon. I'm like, I don't even get this. He's just a good Pokemon. I don't have a coin to roll. Do I even have a... I don't even think I own a... No, I do have... Hang on. What am I talking about? I have all these... I have like a whole bunch of coins from the TCG. And dies. Alright, hang on. Okay, I got a Zeraora coin. Heads, I choose Vaporeon. Tails, I flip for the other two. How about that? We'll do that. Alright, ready? Heads. What did I say heads was? I think heads was Vaporeon. Wow. Where did I put my controller? There it goes. Okay. So I'm gonna go with Vaporeon. It's easy to make your Eevee evolve with the Water Stone. All you have to do is use it. Would you like to have the Water Stone? Fine, you can have the Water Stone. Just like your Eevee, it's invaluable. Is there any reason to not use it right now? You're so lucky, big brother. Heads with selfie. I can't. Jovi wants something too. The shopkeeper wasn't thinking straight when he got that clueless newbie to look after the shop. Now me, a regular customer, would be able to serve the customers a lot better. I mean, that's not really a bad thing. Like, technically I could wait and just use, like, the Firestone and Electric Stone on it in the end if I get those. Do you have those at your shop, Salas? The shopkeeper's not around today. The old man must be at Dr. Kamiko's place again. Yeah, he already told me to talk to his nephew, but he's repairing the bridges. Striving for success as global engineers. Okay. There was a guy who's like, oh, I should be the one in charge of the shop because I know everything. Because I'm always here. To be fair, Salas, the other guy isn't a new hire. He's literally just some rando that has been put in charge of the shop. He does not work at the shop. There's at least a shelter later in the game, but that might be as far as it goes for Water Stones. Well, we won't evolve it just yet, regardless. Oh, this man is, this is Rex Wheeler. For you that sells that, all fixed. You want to talk to me? Yeah, the park shop is ours. Huh? You need a machine part? Where's Grandpa? He's gone off to Dr. Kamiko's. When my grandpa gets excited over some mechanical thing, he's off like a shot. Never mind the shop or his grandson, me. I'll find the machine part you need. Can I get you to come to our shop? Yeah, I mean, I would. Well, that one was okay though, Salas, because we were talking about like the stone being useless and stuff. So I think that was fine. But I wouldn't go further than that. But I don't. That was not a big deal because we were talking about like stones. Man, Grandpa should be so lucky to have a caring grandson like me looking after him. This is the weirdest bridge. What the hell is this bridge? Well, if you live here, you just better hope the bridge is going to your house. Otherwise, you're just stuck here. There's an island far from the coast of Gate and Port. It's surrounded by vicious ocean currents. However, so no one can go near. Of course, everyone around those parts knows better than to go near the island in the first place. This poor man just can only hope that he can leave his house. Because it's not like there's a button to like make the bridge work on his side. He just has to hope that it's up. The Pokepole was very good. Oh, let's all sing for the Wingull sailor. Let it be known as a mighty sailor. Oh, there was a small whalmer. Yo, kid, I surely lost that battle, but I have the music in me. Okay, that's that same. Okay, same area. This is definitely the most inconvenient bridge of all time. Okay, hang on. I gotta figure out how to, like... It's not even like... Like, how am I even supposed to get them to connect? Okay, I guess it... Okay, it is... Okay, I'm like, I didn't know there was a puzzle here or not. Hi, welcome, youngster. No words need to be spoken, no questions needed to be asked. We shall battle, yes? Ha? No, you say? Well, that's too bad, but I'm a man and quite reasonable at that. I'll forego this then. Why is this... Sure. Casual guys sail. There's still a lot of Gen 2 Pokemon here. But it seems like this one has a better mix. Oh, he has a Shadow Pokemon. I couldn't buy any Pokeballs, though, because... they didn't have any at the shop. The government didn't tell them to sell them. Nice. Unfortunately, I can't cheat like in the first game because there's no Master Ball trick. What? What is reverse mode? I remember the fever pitch thing, but I don't think it was called reverse mode in the first game, was it? Would you lose? No, sir. Ladybug joined my party. I like that it's joined my party in this game, not you caught a Ladybug. Too bad. I guess I lost that one. That machine you have on your arm is quite the get-up, though. He doesn't even have a problem that I stole his Pokemon. He just is like, yeah, that machine's cool. I thought for a second there that you'd taken my Pokemon. Did he not realize that I did? You know, lad, ever since I battled you, I've been missing a Pokemon. It's an important precious... It's an important, precious, even Pokemon I gotten as a gift. Do you have any idea what became of it? Wow, this man is dumb. I'll give him credit, though. I think in the first game, they never acknowledged that you stole Pokemon. Though you're usually fighting criminals, so... Okay, there's some Pokeballs. Nice. Anything up here? The most high-tech lighthouse ever. You there, you look like a traitor to me. Somebody gave me a wickedly tough Pokemon. I'll test it out on you. Bodybuilder Kylean. Kiln. Alright, Puchiana. I mean, I might as well. This person's in the first game too, this model, I'm pretty sure. I'm scared to attack it though because the ball, like, I might kill it. Super effective? How is it super effective? I don't know what reverse mode is. Hey chat, is reverse mode different than the first game? Okay, if I tackle, that should be fine. Might not matter. It's very similar to hyper mode, okay. Like, I don't think it was called reverse mode before. What was it that it does like more damage, but it won't always listen? Was that how it worked? That's a hate chat, because I played the first games. It crits more often. Why did they change its name then? I feel like hyper mode's pretty obvious for criticals, right? Reverse mode seems like a weird way to weird thing to change it to. Gonna run out of Pokeballs at this rate. Gonna run out of Eevees at this point. I guess having the Thunder Wave would be useful for things like this. There we go. This Pokemon was too weak. What was that all about? I joined that organization because they said they'd give me a strong Pokemon, something that's not like the usual ones. Well, what was so tough about that? I was conned. Hang on, I didn't read. The organization I joined, I can't remember what they're called. They said they didn't have enough supplies, so they wouldn't even give me a uniform. Maybe they're poor. There is nothing else up here. Oh, I like that you can see the town below, though. That's cool. When I look down from the top of the lighthouse, I get frightened as if I'm being sucked down. But the sensation of falling, it grows on you. Sure. How do I get over there? Hey chat, is the shop gonna have Pokeballs now? Has the government mandated Pokeballs? View. Oh, now you're a rare child. Most people would take the elevator. Youngster, are you doing this for exercise? Ho ho ho. Oh, I'm doing it for items. Oh, there's another one. Paralyze heal. Okay. Potion. I didn't even realize this is another building, too. What's that Pokemon in the other picture that's not Pikachu? I can't tell what that is. I've lived in Gadian Port for many, many years, but I've never seen a cruiser that grand or luxurious. That cruiser looks capable of sailing anywhere in the world. I would have surely loved to sail on it. Is that Yeah, okay, I was like, is that Ludicolo? I need to go back to the Pokemon Center at this point. Wait, how do I leave? Wait a minute. How do I leave? The bridge is not... Wait. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on. It's fine. I know what I can do. There we go. It took me a second to be like, oh wait, no, it's fine. Yeah, that might be like the worst bridge system ever invented by anyone. Tuesday 1 p.m. traffic. Alright, can I buy Pokeballs? No. Where can I get more Pokeballs? They lied to me. My movement's been better now, too. I don't know if the lab just was glitching out my movement for some reason. Sorry, we're out. A machine part, you said, right? Here it is. Here it is. Here, this is it. Here you go. It's a rare item, that machine. It's a rare item, generic machine part. It took a while to get that order in. How's your director, Professor Crane, doing? Meg explained what had been happening to Purr. Huh? The HQ Labs director was abducted by goons with shadow Pokemon. I've been through something like that before, but who would have thought it'd happen again? Is this guy in the first game? I hope the lab director's found. I'll be rooting for you, so don't give up. The part shop is full of weird things and nifty junk. It's exciting to rummage around here. I come looking for PC parts and parts for toys all the time. I'm a regular here. Well, this is definitely an annoying customer. The shopkeeper's not around today. The old man... Okay, yeah, here we talked about this. I'm afraid to go back to Kamiko's place because I guarantee you I go back there and I'm going to have to battle frickin' nerd... hyper nerd again. Alright. We now have the machine part. Oh, this music is still playing? Oh, Mega, could you wait just 1 second? I found some more memos I wrote up with the director. I think you should have them, Mega. They'll give you basic information about Shadow Pokemon. I'd like you to read them over at least once. Oh, I should probably save also. The snag machine. The Aura Reader's development made it possible to create a workable new snag machine. We realized that we could integrate the Aura Reader with the original snag machine developed by Cypher. The Aura Reader can be made to sound a warning and prevent the snag machine from working if a regular non-Shadow Pokemon is targeted. The likelihood of the snag machine being abused should be diminished. However, one should always be vigilant. It must be treated with caution. Purification. Once captured, the Shadow Pokemon must have their hearts reopened in a process called purification so they may return to the normal state. The best known method of purification was to have the Shadow Pokemon spend time with the trainer and allow their hearts to gradually reopen. However, because it required Shadow Pokemon to be with the trainer, this method placed a limit on the number of Pokemon that could be treated. We need a process for efficiently purifying many Shadow Pokemon. Our studies led us to the idea of the Purify Chamber. The Purified Chamber. The Purified Chamber is a radical new concept that differs from the usual purification methods of having Shadow Pokemon be with the trainer constantly. It represents a new approach that places Shadow Pokemon among regular Pokemon so that they may be purified naturally. Much time is needed. Why do you need a chamber for that? Much time is still needed to make this concept real. We need to acquire systems, collect data, and make adjustments. We eagerly look forward to seeing the Purified Chamber concept. I hope it's just a cage and it's just... You just put regular Pokemon in there, and that's all it is. I wonder if the director's okay. Where even is our mom? This building is, like, surprisingly confusing to navigate. Welcome back, Mega. Was Jovi well behaved? We ran the errand like you wanted, Mommy. A bad guy tried to stop us, but a nice person helped us. Yeah, no, Jovi, honey. Pretty sure it's... Well, I mean, I don't know if Zook is... He's probably also a meathead, to be honest. Probably a bad guy, too. Oh, no, really? I'll get the details later. What about the machine part? Thank you. With this component, we can get down to the finishing touches on the Purify Chamber. I should take this down to the Purify Chamber on the ground floor now. Oh, Jovi will take it. Jovi, are you sure? Don't drop it. She's gonna drop it. She's gonna drop it. She's gonna drop it. She's gonna drop it. Mega, how is your Shadow Pokemon doing? Purification process progresses if a Shadow Pokemon spends time together with its trainer. Has the heart gauge fallen to 0? Maybe. Well then, it can't wait for the Purified Chamber to be finished, can it? The heart gauge has fallen to 0, the Shadow Pokemon is ready to open its heart, but that alone isn't enough. To complete the process, the Pokemon needs to go through a purification ceremony. It's basically a ritual for it to return to its natural state. It's still really dumb, to be honest, the whole idea. If the Purified Chamber were ready, it could go through the ceremony there, but it looks like we'll need a little more time to get it finished. Because of that, I think your Shadow Pokemon should go through the Purification Ceremony using a different process. There's a village called a gate. In the village is the Relic Stone, which has the power to restore Shadow Pokemon to their natural state. It worries me a lot to send you to such a faraway place by yourself, dear, but I also think it's something that only you can do. Well, dear, will you go to a gate village? Thank you. What happens if you say no? Does this still happen if you say no? Thank you. You know, Mega, I'm proud of how you're becoming more and more dependable. The gate is southeast from... Oh, I thought we were in the south. I didn't realize we were actually north of the village. That's not that far away then. Okay, so the whole area is south of here, or southwest, or southeast of here, I guess. It's not very close. Go see a man named Iagut. Right, that guy. The relic stone, which is used for the purification ceremony, is under the care of a man named Iagun. I'll get in touch with him so he knows that you're coming, Mega. I will do my best to get the purified chamber finished while you're gone. Please be careful. So, hey chat, if I say no, does she still basically tell me to do this also? Mega, do you remember the Shao incident 5 years ago? A criminal syndicate named Slifer plotted the world domination by producing... Right, okay, I already knew about all this. Zany, what happens if you say no? The machine part Jovi carried is on the big machine. They put it in the middle part with the ring. It went right in the middle. It must be the most important part. Yeah, but then what does your mom say? Is she like, well, go to a gate anyway? I don't even think his heart, like, oh wait, I have to look at the, hang on. Yeah, but I want to know what her reasoning was. If I said that it's not ready yet, what would she say? Yeah, he's not ready yet. I mean, by the time I get there, it probably will be. I mean, it's fine because travel time doesn't matter in this game. You can just warp to the next town. I assume you can't get Celebi in this game, right? Hey, look, it's this town again. I like how, hey, look, it's this town. But what if we showed it at a different camera angle? Like, it's the same town, but I'm pretty sure before it was, like, straight on camera angle. And now they're like, yeah, but what if we turned it? Alright, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break to get more water. And when I get back, we will explore a Gate Village, a place from the first game. So I'll be right back, guys. 2-minute break. I am back. Hope everyone is enjoying the stream so far. My voice has been a little bit, I don't know, dry. So hopefully I've been sounding okay, but I've been getting a lot of water because I've been like, oh, I need... It's a very heavy talking game. Yeah, no, it's really funny that they just tilted this at an angle. My dream is to become the Pokemon champion one of these days. Then after I retire, I'm going to live here. To make that, there's no champion of the Aura region. To make that dream come true, I've got to become a lot tougher. And get a lot tougher, it takes battles, right? Sure. Yahoo! Much obliged, pal. Hebben. Okay, that isn't... It only... Right, you can only use call to, like, lower the meter when he's in reverse mode. The Silicone was really funny because I'm like, wow, he is not moving. And then he blinked. I'm like, oh. Like, did the game freeze? Someone should post a thing that's like, the Coliseum and XD have way better animations than the new Pokemon games, and then just post one of frickin' Silcoon. Look, Silcoon does move in the 2D games though. He like bounces, I'm pretty sure. Wurmple's good. Needs a party hat, though. No, it was not. It was literally standing. Now it's bouncing, but, like, when it went to look at him, he was not moving. Doesn't matter because he's dead. I'm surprised this guy did not have a shadow Pokemon. Doomed! Why did you fall over? Losing to a kid like you, my dream of becoming the champion is nothing but a pipe dream. Yeah, because there's no champion of this region. That's probably the bigger issue. Okay, still... This is a gate village. We're famous for the relic stuff. You can consider this a retirement village. Our elite trainers and Pokemon lead quiet lives here. Now that the camera is tilted, I think actually this cave might have been here, but it's like, oh, well now we know there's a cave back here. This may have been back here though, I can't remember. Or maybe it wasn't, I didn't realize. Oh, I need that. Foo, foo, foo. Do you know who I am? I'm the teacher lady. I know many kinds of moves. Are there any moves you wish your Pokemon knew? Ah, yes, yes. Which move should I teach? Why? I mean, if I'm evolving into Vaporeon, I don't think I can teach it Thunder Wave, right? Can it? It can't. Hang on. Eevee probably can't even learn Thunder Wave, right? I guess I'll just wait on you on teaching anyone those moves. Oh, hell, look, it's one of my least favorite Pokemon. Uh-oh. There seems to be at least one Pokemon that hasn't opened its heart to you. Is that why you're here? Our village relic has the power to open the hearts of Pokemon. Some time ago, oh, I guess it would be years now, the relic was used to open the hearts of many Pokemon. Specifically 5 years. I like the look of determination in your eye. When the trainer locks eyes with each other, there's only one thing to do. Battle. Foo-hoo-hoo, this gets my blood pumping. Fun old man Klur would like to battle. I feel like they really like up the weird trainer models in this game. You're Klur. So is Shadow Blitz just considered a dark type in this game then? Hey chat. Well, it was super effective against Eevee though. Why is Shadow type super effective against normal type? That's not a thing. Kinda, yes. Unless the game explains it. That's not how types work. Does it increase? Does it make my Pokemon more evil when I use it though? Okay. I think it's interesting in this game because in the original you could learn moves but you wouldn't be able to use them until you purify. Here, you do get the ability to purify them still. Or you still get the move. You can use the moves until you, like, before purifying them, which is nice. No, no what? Well, no to what did I say? I bow to your skill. A fine battle that was. Highly enjoyable indeed. Let us battle again sometime. Oh, okay. How do I pressed Y before. Why is it now? Okay. Thank you. I figured he could be purified, considering the fact that he has no meter. Sure. We'll switch you in. I thought Shadow Pokemon couldn't level up, but Ursa is level 11 despite its heart not being opened. Well, I pressed the B button, Zany, so you lied. Or was it always? All the other ones were level 10, so I just assumed. What? Also, none of these are Pokeballs, by the way. What the hell is Joy Scent? I assume it's like incense. Incense, like for like breeding, but no, I'm not. Naron, do you like that they decided to make this town? It's the same town, but they decided to shoot it at a different camera angle. You missed the Krabby Club also. Have you heard the news? Someone abducted the director of a research lab somewhere. Isn't it scary? It was finally becoming peaceful after Cypher disappeared, but now this happened. You manually blocked out your what list? Sometimes it doesn't matter how strong Pokemon are in battle. If the trainer doesn't know how to use items properly, the battle could be lost. That's why I think it's important to buy a good mix of items that are good for every conceivable situation. I don't know what the scents do, though. There's a lot more Pokemon, like, on the overworld, too. Because I don't remember there being a lot of them last time. But it's true, there really was a Whale Lord flying way up high in the sky. Huh? Your face clearly shows disbelief. Huh, you must think that old senile... What? What? Is this someone's name? Occupation? You must think that... No, he's not senile or it's... You must think that old senile or must be adrift in... Like, that's his name, I guess. Okay, that's still the same. The names continue to be pretty amazing. My dad's getting on in age, becoming more and more forgetful. Lately, he's been saying nonsense. I saw a Whale Lord flying up in the sky. When he started spouting that, it depressed me to no end. I like that Wobbuffet's at the dinner table. I like that this game is way more real because instead of being like, oh, hey, my dad is getting on in age, he's being just crazy. It's, I'm depressed because he's losing his mind. I heard this child calling for me, so I came running to see what was the matter. Well, I found something quite nice. I know, we should have a battle. If you can beat me, I'll happily give you what I found. Would you like to give it a try? Sure. Matron Bellish would like to battle. Nikata. Yeah. Why does Poochyena know Poison Fang? Yeah, but they still have fun old name at least. I guess that was a... I kind of forget all the trainer classes in Colosseum because most of them were just fighting the Cypher guys. The peons. I like Ninkata's animation. We didn't see many Gen 3 animations because, again, there wasn't a... There were Gen 3 Pokemon, but there weren't as many. I don't think Ninkata was in the first game. I mean, you can feel free to tell me, like, was this Pokemon in Colosseum? Because I don't think Ninkata was. I know Eevee wasn't. Eevee's weird because I know in Colosseum a lot of the models and animations were borrowed from Stadium, but I don't think that's the Eevee model from Stadium, unless I'm just wrong. And obviously a lot of, like Poochyena and Ninkata, if they weren't in the first game, they probably are brand new models. Here you are, Dad, just as I promised. Here's your prize. Yeah, it looks good because it's at a different camera angle. Well, the first game didn't have that, right? So you think this game looks better than the first game, Naron? Because, like, in the first game, they just shot the town, like, head-on. Unless I'm just really forgetting, but I'm pretty sure it didn't. I'm pretty sure it was shot directly. I don't remember entering the town at an angle, though. I'm pretty sure you entered the town straight on at the very least. Like, when you entered the town here... Oh, the battles? Okay, I'm at the town. Why do you hate a gate? You've come calling on Egon? Egon's house is right there, but he went out earlier and hasn't returned. He went running off, shouting something about someone coming or not coming. I can't quite remember, though. like he redid his house a bit. I get what you're saying with the camera, like, rotating and stuff. But they do that in, like, in Pokemon Sword, don't they? Hello, what a well, only in the online battles, though. Hello, what a darling trainer you are. I'm Bella. Did you want something of me? Oh, Egon, you say? Ah, so you've come calling to see my husband. Are you perhaps Mega? No. Oh, then are you maybe peddling those ridiculous inventions of Dr. Kamiko's? If that's the case, I'll ask you to leave. Yes. Ah, just as I thought, you are Mega. We've been expecting you. We got word about you from Lily. You see, we understand that you want to purify Shadow Pokemon. The instant my husband heard from Lily, why, you should have seen his excitement and enthusiasm. He's finally relevant again. Shouting, this calls for my services, or some such. He went off running to who knows where. He hasn't been back since. Bella dear, I've got everything ready. We're ready for our visitor from the HQ lab whenever he arrives. Oh? Oh, hello dear. Our guest Mega has just arrived. Oh, so you're Mega. We've been waiting. I'm Egon. I've heard everything that Lily had to say. As you know, to purify a Shadow Pokemon, it must open its heart to the trainer. While there are several approaches, battle are the best, no doubt at all. The place to do here is at the Relic Forest, which is home to the Relic Stone. I will go ahead and wait for you there. My husband is so impatient, as you've just seen. In his day, he was hailed as the greatest trainer, but that's a long time ago. He's also a wizard. Oh, there's a Torchic on there. They're like, what if we added photos? There's a lot more like nice little like additions to the rooms in this game. There's been rumors that Pokemon Stadium, when it comes to, which is probably why it's been delayed, is when it comes to the N64 thing, it will have connectivity to the Pokemon Red Blue potentially, which would be pretty cool if that's the case, honestly. Like, I actually might want to try doing Stadium in that, but I had to play through Red and Blue again, honestly. Do you see this? My Tailo brings me berries from somewhere every day. It's just cool that functionality would live on, I guess is more the bigger thing. Here, I'll share one with you. I guess I didn't talk about the Nintendo Direct, because I haven't streamed since it came out. No, I don't. If anyone has anything specifically they want to ask me, feel free, but I'll just sum it up as eh. Is my overall take of the Direct. There wasn't really anything bad, but was she retired? She can't do that. But not to worry, her granddaughter's supposed to take over the daycare business. She went to bring the new girl here. Oh, how'd it go? My problem with the Direct was there was a lot of remakes and ports, and while like some of them like Katamari, I'm like, okay, I'll probably get that. That was like there was no new announcements from Nintendo for new games at all. We have a date for Pikmin 4, which I'm actually now thinking of not getting because I'm very scared about there being caves, and I hate the caves in Pikmin 2. So I'll have to see like reviews and thoughts in the game, but I don't know. If there's caves in Pikmin 4, I might just pass. Because that's how much I did not like Pikmin 2. To the point that I do not want to deal with that again. But other than that, I mean, Tears of the Kingdom is still coming out. And that was it. There really wasn't any other new games. Which is just kind of, weird. The Game Boy Advance stuff was, Game Boy Advance stuff was cool, but it just felt like they pretty obvious they're kind of gearing up for Switch 2 from my feeling at least. Salas beat me in a close game. I forgot that Blizzard had 80 accuracy. Ouch. Nice, good GG though. Hello, hello, I'm the name raider. Oh, okay, cool. Yes. Alright, guys, what are we naming Evoy? I actually do have a name thing now, but I think I'm going to change... I'm going to name Eevee myself. What should I call Eevee? We Love Katamari's fine. I'm probably gonna get it, but it's also just more Katamari. Why is this a hey chat, Zany? What do you mean name-splaining? Is there some name mechanic I should know about? You want me to name this Eevee Katamari? What's the Eevee in Let's Go called? Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, wait, hang on. What if I call it... What if I call it, what's the... No, that's not what that's not the right spelling, though, right? I guess that's why it's called Katamari, right? Because Mari is roll. So the Maru Mari would be... The Maru Mari would be... like, ball roll. Katamari means... No, wait. What does Katamari stand for, actually? But I assume Mari's roll. Anyway, that's his name. Alright, the other ones I'm not going to worry about right now. Because I don't even know what's going to be on my team, to be honest. An Ether. I mean, if Maru is a mistranslation of Morph Ball, I guess the Mari might be Ball. So then Maru is Morph. So then Katamari would be... Kata would be... I mean, I could also just Google it. Maru is the onomatopoeia for rolling. Okay, well then what does Kata mean then, Sneaky? Because you would think it would just be Maru then. Na 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 Maru Mari. Maru Damasi. Huh? Aren't I a kid too? I may be young and Barty, but I'm old in heart. Clump Spirit. I guess Katamari would be like rolling clump then or something. That's you, Clump Spirit. Or the guy that's old at heart. The villagers are all retired now, but they were all outstanding trainers in their young days. That's why I came here. I wanted to learn the ins and outs of battling with the people here. My older brother trained here before, and he became very skilled. I hate losing to him. But when it gets right down to it, the more you battle, the tougher you become. So how about a battle? That's what I want to hear. Here we goes. Cool trainer Sita would like to battle. Well, you're using babies. What did you expect? I was gonna use like Poison Fang won't work because Igglybuff's not a fairy. So actually, Igglybuff isn't a fairy anyway, right? Like even now, like Jigglypuff is, but I don't think Igglybuff is, right? That's not a hey chat, by the way. If I'm talking about like just concepts of Pokemon, it isn't spoil. Like fairies aren't even in this gen, so. Togepi. Breeding wasn't a thing in the original game, right? Naren, how do you feel about the fact that they're calling Hyper Mode Reverse Mode now for some reason? I really don't get why they changed it. It's the same concept. I love his speen. I love that Togepi tries to run away. That's really cute. But yeah, I thought the Nintendo Direct was just okay at best. It did have, you know, it had some interesting ports and remakes. Just, again, I can't get, even when they're cool, I can't really be like, oh, hey, this hype, you know, this commercial for like hype products to hype you up for what Nintendo's doing. Like, I just think that the idea that we treat remakes as like actual releases is kind of frustrating. But I do think that there were some good ones at least, and I do think it is pretty cool that Level 5 is now actually making games again. That's probably the best thing from the Direct, to be honest. Tears of the Kingdom also is just a game that I still know nothing about, and I'm kind of okay with that at this point, honestly, because I'm going to go into it, like, not knowing anything, and that's cool. Well, Lore said that he saw a Wailord flying high up in the sky. If that's true, it'd be fantastic, I guess. But if he mistook something for a flying Wailord, what did he really see? Probably Shadow Lugia. For some reason, I feel dull and listless, and I seem to have no energy at all. I've been wearing these new sandals with raised nubs on the human soul. I was told it was a great invention, but does it actually do anything for my health? Freaking unhealthy sandals. How do I even get down there? No, but actually, how do I get down there? No, but actually, how do I get down there? I feel like I had this problem last time, to be honest. This town is very hard to navigate. Hey chat, how do I get down there? Oh, there's nothing up this way. The center? Where? Where? I think there's no slope here. Oh, this is a slope. This looked like a drop-off. That is very steep. There is no way people didn't injure themselves going down this hill. Look at how steep this is. Oh gosh, there's no path out of the village this way. Oh, congrats. GG, Lucas. Whoa, don't start on me like that. Or are you looking for a battle with me? You're on. I was feeling frustrated over getting lost, so I'll take it out on you. I mean, probably. Dusk. Dude, is this... Wait, is this man just not wearing a shirt? I don't remember what his, like, model was. I don't think we bought... I don't know if we battled these guys in... We probably did in the Coliseum, but, like, in this game, it looks like he's just not wearing a shirt in the middle. Like, he's just wearing sleeves, but he's, like, bare-chested in the middle. That's what it looks like. This is, like, the... I can't... It's the weirdest shirt design. Tyrogue, I think, is new. I think the babies in general are all new. It's possible maybe they just... it's in higher definition, so it just sticks out more. I like that Tyrogue is constantly winding up a punch that he's never gonna throw. he's really winding it up, guys. No, he threw it. Dang. He threw it and it did no damage. Surprised this guy doesn't have any Shadow Pokemon either. Unless it's Zubat. Nope. Yay, Eevee leveled up. I'm liking this. I think I'm liking this game more than Coliseum so far because it feels like it has a better pacing than Coliseum did so far. Like, Coliseum's a weird beast, but it feels like this game, they're like, okay, let's kind of, like, take a step back and actually start to, like, construct the game's flow a bit better. I came to have a look at the Relic Stone, but they won't let me in, and now I can't find my way out of here. I'm about to cry from frustration. Pochiana's almost ready to go. Well, no, the PDA would let me know when he was good, so I guess I don't need to check. Ah, you must be that Mega that Egan was talking about. I've heard that your battle to open the hearts of Shadow Pokemon. Your relic is through this cave. Don't give up. I think I didn't mind that aspect. The idea that you, like, start with level 30 I didn't think was necessarily a bad thing. Per se. I mean, it makes sense too because Wes is clearly supposed to be more of a, like, established trainer versus, like, we're a kid in this game, so I'll help you purify your shadow Pokemon by having a battle with you. Are ready to get started? Sure. Gorps. I feel like Gorps is in the original, isn't he? Maybe not. I want to say Gorps was like a assistant to Egan or something. I don't know anything about XG Zing. They changed him to what? Be normal? Gorp sounds like he was in the first game. That's lame. Clearly a worse hack. They should have made him even more weird. I feel like, look, if you're making a ROM hack of a game and your first thing is, hey, this weird like thing about the names, what if we just make them boring? I feel like you're no fun. You gotta love the like weird stuff. That's like the best thing about these games, I think, isn't like, oh, they're so like, you know, well structured and good. They're just weird, and that's good that they're weird, honestly. The weird stuff is the best part about these games. This Sand Coliseum. To open up the closed heart of a Shadow Pokemon, entering in battles is effective. That's why you should be making Shadow Pokemon battle whenever possible. I hope your Shadow Pokemon get purified soon. I mean, he's got to be really close, right? Almost. Mega, aren't you? I heard about you from Egon. Let's battle right away. Okay, so they basically make it Joel's also. They basically make it so that you are pretty much going to have the Pokemon purified by this point. Or the Pokemon ready to purify at this point. And you have to have at least one Shadow Pokemon in. I guess in theory, like, you could keep constantly switching it out so that nobody was ready. Which, what happens in that case? Like, is it even possible to make it so that, like, this is a hey chat. There's only so many battles you can do up to this point. So what if, I guess you would just have to walk around, right? Because you still do get them ready by just walking with them, right? So I guess that would be your only recourse. Yeah, it seemed like it's been way faster so far in Aron. Like, considering that I already have one Pokemon, like, I haven't battling with it, but considering that one of them is already, two of them are almost both ready to be purified, it's way faster, which is nice. The music, it seems fine to me. Does something seem wrong to anyone else? Well, it's fine now, though, right? Look, isn't there a whole, like, YouTube channel about, like, how to lock yourself out of doing anything in a Pokemon game? Why does Lotet have six legs? There's no reason for him to have 6 legs. He loses that 1 leg anyway, right? Because his evolutions only have 4 limbs. So why does he have 6? Was I'm just looking at it wrong? It looks like he has 6, right? Yeah, well then it evolves into like a frog though. You know how a shadow Pokemon sometimes begins to behave strangely in battle? If that happens, calling out to that Pokemon is supposed to help. Is Poochie in already? It did not give me the go-ahead, but it's got to be pretty close, right? It is so close. I mean, I'd be better off, like, using Ladybug at this point. Pika Spray Yellow? What? Soft lock picking, okay. Well, let this old woman come to the aid of the pitiful Pokemon. Are you ready to begin? I wonder how our battle will turn out. I'm eager to find out. Matron Lady. Slugma. Yeah, Ladybug's already pretty low despite not using it in battle yet. Ladybug. Laddie. Possibly. See, I can't. Is Cacnea in the last game? I can't remember which Gen 3 Pokemon were in Colosseum. And Slugma is one of those Pokemon that is Gen 2, but has Gen 3 energy. Because it's very easy to think that that Slugma is actually Gen 3. Skarmory, I always know is Gen 2, but I'll give you it does have Gen 3 energy. Corsola, I just think people forget exists in general. But I guess for me, it's always Gen 2 because I'm pretty sure Misty... I think Misty gets a Corsola in the anime. And Misty's not in Gen 3, so... I hear that if a Pokemon has closed its heart, it's good to keep it with you, rather than keeping it in the PC storage system. Oh, why is the poison like... Why is that the poison indicator? Why is the poison indicator giant red shocking sounds? Okay, the Gen 3 Pokemon are not in Colosseum, not Stadium. I don't... Nincada is in... You're saying Nincada's in Colosseum? Well, that's like, what is it? Masquerain is also a Pokemon that... Like, now, to be fair, you can fight... you can get... catch a Nincada or catch a Surskit and evolve it, but like as far as in battle, Masquerain's barely ever used. There's a few Pokemon like that in Gen 3 too. At times an ordinary old man, at others a plain senior citizen, but my true identity? The legendary trainer Egan beat me, but only him. I'm Kron. From now on, for the sake of your shadow Pokemon, we shall have a hot battle. His identity is Kron, the guy that got beat by Egon? Sure. Kron O-triggered. Hey, do you know Kadabra is coming back to the Pokemon trading card? Here's what's weird to me about the whole thing. Kadabra's been soft banned from the trading card game, right? But what's incredible is that Abra and Alakazam have still been in the trading card game, and they just found ways to make them still be appearing. Because I was thinking about it, and I'm like, because like with like Alakazam is a V, Pokemon V, I think. But you don't need to have all the chains to have it work. It's just so weird that they like. I guess Abra just evolved into Alakazam. I guess it must, right? Or it just doesn't. It just acts like a one-stage Pokemon in that. Yeah, he only took issue with Kadabra, despite Alakazam having 2 spoons. Specifically, is Kadabra, but they're gonna have him coming back now because he's at this point been like, yeah, I was being an idiot, and so now they're actually going to. It's only the trading card game, and I think something else. I mean, obviously he's been in the games, so. To be fair, a lot of the babies are new though. And I'm pretty sure like Tyrogue is not in Colosseum. Abra itself has an ability just to skip Alakazam. I never really like examined the cards, but that's really funny that they just decided to make it have an ability to skip a stage because of that. I love Horsey. Horsey feels like a Pokemon that's kind of underrated, but I still really enjoy it. Pokemon Day is coming up, by the way. What day is it specifically? I know it's like at the end of the month. It's like, what, the 27th or something? Here's the thing. What do you think they're going to announce? Anything cool? I mean, people think they're going to announce the Stadium and Pokemon Red Blue connectivity, which probably will happen. But I'm hoping for Pokemon Sleep. Or Detective Pikachu 2. Hey, Super Spyro, welcome. 27th? Okay. I knew it was around there. First trainer at Fennec Coliseum has Cacnea and Nincada. Well, I don't know. He just looked weird, Naron, but that's because he's not a Stadium model. You'll announce what is hot season summer? Look, I really want to know what Pokemon Sleep is. Wavebird? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm using a GameCube controller because it's on the GameCube. But I'm using Wavebird. It dismays me to see that Shadow Pokemon have appeared again. It's a sad world we live in. Here's a little something that may hasten how quickly Shadow Pokemon open their hearts to you. What? Is this where the scents come in? It's a case to hold a sense for giving cologne. What? What is a cologne massage? This was definitely not in Colosseum. Unless I also have a bad memory. I'm told a scented cologne massage helps ease open the hearts of Pokemon. Rub down your Pokemon gently when you use that cologne case. I don't know that I want to. Where do I even... A case for carrying scents that appeal to Pokemon. How do I know which one appeals to Ladybug? Wait, I don't know what Splatoon 3 was being an answer for. It was in Colosseum? I do not remember this, Naron. Okay, okay, to be fair, I didn't use cologne, I can tell you that. If it's in there, I definitely did not use it. Has it been announced? Oh, you don't know that it's gonna be 2 weeks away. For all we know, that it's gonna be more months. We just assumed it would be the same amount of time period as the other month. But it's possible it's not until April, for all we know. Okay, hey chat, is there any way to know what scent does what? And why does Vivid Scent cost so much more than the other two? Maybe they all just do the... Maybe they're just different levels. Maybe that's what it is, actually. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. How do we know cold season ends this month? I'm also, like... I need to, like, actually... I'm, like, way behind on doing my Splatoon grinding. Okay, but how close did it open? Yeah, but who uses the app? You can't say more about the catalog for Splatoon because I haven't asked about it. Okay, there we go. I mean, as much as I'm anti-remakes and ports, well, mostly remakes, I'd be okay with them, like, doing that. I think, like, the idea, though, of them having something like the GameCube games on there is probably unlikely. I know they just had Game Boy, Game Boy Advance. GameCube would be the next logical conclusion. I just don't see that happening, honestly, but I guess it's not impossible. It's clearly what people want, though. Look, I know we're on a chat delay, but you shouldn't be on that much of a chat delay. It should only be, unless I... No, because we didn't do Name That Game Tune last time. What is my... It should only be... Well, I guess if you're not on low latency. Yeah, I'm on low latency. So, in theory, it should only be 3 seconds, Zany. Just get better internet. No, I also knew what you meant, by the way. I was just making a joke because I'm an asshole. Yeah, I mean, I can see there being worth for getting a GameCube expansion. Alright. Omega, welcome. Your shell Pokemon should be ready to open its heart after the battles you waged getting here. Now I shall be your opponent. And here is my partner, the one Pokemon that I caught as my first and that has stayed with me ever since. Go, Pikachu! Off we go to our first battle in 5 years. Wow, this Pikachu has done nothing but lay around for 5 years. This game also did not take... Like, it'd be cool if this game was made after 5 years. Also, Myth Trainer. Might have been what he was called in the first game, but I can't remember. Pikachu is also just not leveled up in, like... Actually, he's leveled down, I'm pretty sure, because everyone in... I'm pretty sure everyone in Colosseum was, like, level 30 base, right? So this Pikachu's actually lost levels in the years since. Yeah. Which, I mean, in theory it makes sense. If he's getting super old, he should lose levels. Just not really a concept that you ever see in Pokemon. That Pikachu was level 50 in Colosseum. Look, either that or it's the whole goldfish thing where His other Pikachu died and his wife replaced it with another Pikachu. That was never a thing that I ever had happen as a kid, but I know like a lot of parents would do that. It's like, oh well, no, it's the same fish. He went to summer camp. Oh, bravo! I say bravo. Probably did not need to use those colognes, but my goodness, no, I don't believe you, Naran. I don't remember getting a cologne case. I would have remembered that. I don't believe you that was in the first game in Coliseum. Or at least there was no cologne case. My goodness, it was white hot experience our battle. And to defeat my Pikachu, that takes real skill. He's also like way fatter in this game, it feels like. Now let's see how your Shadow Pokemon is doing. Ah, this Pokemon is on the verge of opening its heart to you. You've done a good job looking after it. Now you should use the power of the Relic Stone to finally open the Shadow Pokemon's heart completely. Okay, but I don't think I used Cologne. Can we confirm that? Because I don't remember using Cologne. In fact, I don't think anyone told me about Cologne, so I'm not convinced I ever found it. Or I just saw it and just assumed it was incense and didn't realize what it was. Because I don't think I ever used it, otherwise I would have in some cases. No, bodybuilders were there, I just thought their model was different. No, I'm not saying it didn't exist. Oh, that I didn't know about either. I just don't remember it happening in my playthrough. Level 11. And Ladybug obtained a ribbon. Alright. Any ideas? Or if everyone wants to do a redeem, otherwise I'll name it. What do you call Ladybug? Technically Lady is like a superhero, right? So... Well, technically there's a point redeemed for naming things, so I'm going to name it unless someone redeems. What's a superhero bug? Oh, Common Rider. We'll just name it Carmen. I know it's common, but like it's Carmen as in like the name Carmen, but with a K. No, it's not Lokix. Lokix doesn't have a scarf. You didn't redeem. I have 2 more Pokemon, Zany. Well done. That Pokemon has finally returned to its former self. For the time being, we should return to my house. No, I have 2 more Pokemon to use. This is a cause for celebration. You successfully purified your first Shadow Pokemon without incident. Still, one can't be too happy with the knowledge of Professor Crane's abduction. You see, he was a frequent visitor to the gate up to several years ago. He was conducting extensive research into the Relic Stone, you see. He said that it was for completing an entirely new purifying system that his friends thought up. I wonder where the kidnappers had made off with Professor Crane. It must be so worrisome for you, too. About the abduction, dear, didn't you need to mention what Vander saw? Oh, yes, that's right. I need to tell you about Vander. We have a friend by the name of Vander who lives on Mount Battle, which is a place for training for trainers. Vander claims to have seen sinister characters out in the desert where few people dare tread. That's not the case in the first game. Everyone lived there. Was Mount Battle? I guess it was, yeah, because I guess because we're looking at it from a different angle, but Mount Battle, I guess, was in that position. This really is just the Black 2 of GameCube games. Let's see here. Teddy Ursa is male, and so is Pochiana. I don't want to give you my PDA number. Fine, if I hear anything, I'll make certain to get in touch with you. Wonder what happened to Wes. Look. The camera angle... Okay, Lucas, can you confirm that this village was not shot at a 45-degree camera angle before? I don't think they'll fit, but I'll try my best. Oh, you're Theodore or Roosevelt. Okay. This camera angle is different. Alright, thank you. So, I'm right about everything then. Look, to be fair, it has been a while, Naran, since I played this game. I believed it, but Naran's making me question my everything. Okay. And ribbon, yes. Also, remind me to add, like, remind me to adjust the redeems to, like, have a place to put the stuff in. Is that how you spell Theodore? I guess it is. Is also a team MVP. Stab return with you from the stair, so you get friendship quickly. I'm so confused. What? Wait, does Teddy Ursa evolve via friendship? Also, if anyone wants to redeem for Pucciana, now's your chance. Oh, is return based on friendship? Okay. Alright, Pucciana, let's call you... What's a good name for a wolf? What's the name of that wolf from that bad anime? You gotta redeem for that, Naran. You gotta redeem. Uga isn't a name. I mean, I could go. It's not gonna fit though. I mean, it would fit if I didn't have the space. I guess I would have to... Potato. Do you want me to have it Doug or Dog? Okay. Alright, that's all the Pokemon I can purify for now. Alright, what are we doing on time? How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours? What's my Pokemon status? Oh, I need to go to the Pokemon Center. Alright, so we'll probably go for, like, at most another hour. But we're gonna go to Mount Battle, because we gotta see what's over there. This is actually, besides Pokemon Black 2, it's the only direct sequel for a Pokemon game, right? Like, this is the only other direct... Well, not counting, like, spin-offs. But even then... I guess maybe the Ranger games, I'm not sure. But, like, Mystery Dungeon doesn't really have direct sequels. Ranger might, but I don't know enough about those games to know. I guess this is technically a spin-off also, to be honest. Who's that Pokemon? Well, well, didn't we meet at Gaetian Port? Have you come to train? This is an excellent place for people to train. I've trained here myself. Look, here's the thing. They're gonna try and do this whole twist villain thing in this game, probably, like they did in the first one. Except, in the first one, it was a little bit more believable that, you know, the character that ended up being the villain ended up being the villain, because, like, it wasn't as expected. If these guys end up being evil, it is so damn obvious. So acting like they're not is just really funny. Back then, I only sought to become more powerful. I didn't need any other reason. As a result, I attained this status. But now, I've taken to questioning my motive for gaining power. I wonder, what am I fighting for? I ponder if I am putting my Pokemon under cruel stress. That's why I urge you to look into yourself. Ask yourself why you want to become strong. Why is this guy getting all philosophical? Maybe he is the good guy. Oh, it's Delcatty. Delcatty wasn't in the first game, right? I knew the answer to that one. To be fair, part of my dilemma when it comes to it is the fact that you couldn't really have Gen 3 Pokemon because you could only have what was Shadow ones. Not that we can have that Delcatty, at least not yet. But I also will maintain that one thing about like Delcatty here is you didn't see too many Pokemon out of battle, right? I feel like there's way more Pokemon out of battle in this game than there was in the first one. It feels like. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but... Be it a move that was never learned or a move once learned and forgotten, if moves are what Pokemon need, I'm the man. All it takes is some Pokemon coupons for me, the move teacher. Okay, well, I don't know that I want any moves. My name is the move deleter. Like my name suggests, I can make Pokemon forget their moves. You know, this guy, I like how this guy is like, he's the move deleter. It doesn't imply he learned this skill. It makes it just imply that he's just like this cursed figure that has the ability to like curse Pokemon, basically. The idea of being able to delete someone's move is so like weird in a in-game sense or in a in-world universe sense. You can earn Poke Coupons even while you're training. Mount Battle is such a cool place. But they're supposed to be training rookies right now, so they won't let you take the challenge as usual. Prize list. I like this song, by the way. I know it's in the first game, but... Welcome to Mount Battle. Would you care to take our challenge for training? You battle till you're knocked out. Unfortunately... Would you like to take our challenge? Unfortunately, you can't. The facilities are closed for training novice trainers. Oh, you're not here to train? You came to see Vander, one of our area leaders? Actually, Vander is in charge of the rookie training session. He's inside right now. If you're in a hurry, you may enter through here. As opposed to... where else? What was on... Was there anything on the Jirachi disc, Salas, besides just Jirachi? Like, what else did you do in the menu? Oh, I just finished training now, but a challenger's already here? What to do? What to do? Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to fight all of them, aren't I? Even though I'm not supposed to be battling these guys. They kind of force you to have these Pokemon, right? Because so far I've only been able to get 3 Pokemon. I guess really Teddiursa, because in theory you might not have found Ladybug and Poochyena. So in theory you could actually be in a case where you were only had Eevee and Teddiursa with you. Right, the berry patch thing for the advanced games was in there. Well, wait, didn't... Oh, it came with Channel, right? Did Coliseum not have a bonus disc, too, though? Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking, but I'm like, it didn't make any sense for it to have a trailer if you bought it with Coliseum. Pre-order makes more sense, but also still doesn't make sense because I guess the theory is you bought it and it's like, hey, here's showing off some stuff about this game that to get you excited for it. But at the same time, like, I feel like if you already are pre-ordering it, you probably already know a lot about it, probably, I would assume. Or you just want Jirachi, but even then, you would still probably know more than the average consumer. GameCube had a lot of, like, I mean, there are still pre-order things. Now it's, like, mostly DLC. But I think the GameCube was probably peak pre-order stuff. Because that's when you got stuff like the Ocarina of Time and Ocarina of Time Master Quest. And I think the Zelda collection was also a pre-order bonus, right? Or it was either that or it was included with the GameCube. I think it was a pre-order bonus in Japan then, if it wasn't here. Oh, you came to see Vander, so I wasted a battle on you? Vander is teaching some rookie trainers in the zone up ahead. It was so cool that the 3DS one. See, here's an example of me not hating on a remake. Ocarina of Time, not one of my favorite games, but I do like that the 3DS version does include Master Quest. That might have been true. I think you might be right on that. I think actually you're right that it was a Nintendo Power subscription bonus, which is weird because I had a Nintendo Power subscription and I guess I just didn't get that or just didn't put in for it because I never owned the collection, I don't think. Though I think my brain was like, who cares, because it had... I guess it had the NES games, which I guess I just didn't have a desire for at the time. But also it had Majora's Mask, which I already had, and then Ocarina of Time, which I did not like. At the time, because I had rented it and got stuck trying to get the Kokiri sword. Because when I first rented and tried it, it was like when I first got the N64 and I didn't understand 3D. So at the time I got it, I just was not, could not get into it. Well, I know. So what I didn't finish my thought, but anyway, it was a Nintendo Power thing, but it also, I'm pretty sure, also was included in the GameCube bundle. Yeah, it was Nintendo Power initially, but then it was also included with GameCube bundles. I love weird things like that, like weird distribution methods of games. The further you get in, the less pre-order bonuses end up being a thing. Like, I know, Pokemon, or not Pokemon, Super Mario Galaxy had the coin pre-order bonus, which I somehow ended up with 2 of them. I have no idea how. I think maybe, like there was a pre-order bonus, right? I think? Or maybe it was just a picking it up thing. But I somehow got 2 of those coins on my shelf. I did not get 2 copies of Super Mario Galaxy. Saying you lied, Return's not doing anything. Was there any cool... What was, like, actual cool... I know, like, so Digimon Survive, it's less... So, I think nowadays it's less pre-order or most buy it, like, early. Wait, you get a piece of wood. What's that? Digimon Survive came out recently, as in this summer, and I got it for Christmas. But initially, if you played it within the first month or so, you got Guillaumon as a potential extra Digimon to use. No, they've added at this point the ability to download it as free DLC, or as not free DLC, as like paid DLC. But I know that's a lot of times a thing of, it's like, oh hey, you get this little like thing, this little like unique thing that doesn't really impact the game. Well, I haven't got him yet though. Well, it should be super friendly with me. I've known it for more than an hour. That's right. In a double battle, it's important that you understand the attributes and abilities of 2 Pokemon together. Okay, Vander, it makes sense. Oh, are you a knockout battle challenger? I hate to disappoint you, but we're not running the challenge right now. We're in training, you see? Question, did these numbers... Were these not... This is actually... I probably am just forgetting. I just think it'd be a cool detail if it's true. Were the numbers faded in the original, or are they faded in this one but weren't in the original? Because I think it's cool if they did fade them in this one. Oh, Egan sent you to see me? Oh, to hear about the desert. Understood. I'll be happy to give you my account, but before I do that, I have a little request. Just an appearance. On appearance, you look to be an outstanding trainer. I'm certain my eyes aren't deceiving me. Okay, but to be fair, it would be cool if they were faded this time, right? Can you agree with me on that? So here's my request to finish up my novice trainer session. I'd like you to treat him to a battle. Thank you for training with me. Bardo. Was Spoink in Coliseum? Actually, real question was the duo in Coliseum, because I think Gen 1 they didn't really have. I love Spoink. Spoink is like one of the best Gen 3 Pokemon. Is there no new Pokemon in this game then? Oh, that's not what I meant. Look, Shalugia is actually new. No, I meant by new is... I meant new to this game versus Colosseum is what I meant. Also, I felt like I failed my graduation exam. Yeah, it's just as I thought. That was a well-played battle. Why, it made me want to jump in and join the fray too. Anyways, we should talk, but this isn't the place for that. Let's go back to the reception. In the desert south of here, there's a Cypher research facility. It's been there since the Shadow Pokemon incident. It's interesting that we're going... That was like a bonus area. So technically, if you didn't do the post-game, you wouldn't have... Or if maybe I'm thinking of the Snag'em hideout or whatever. Maybe not. It seemed to be abandoned for a long time, but recently I've seen groups of shady characters going inside. Unless they're talking about the Snap Town. Well, but nobody played the Colosseums. Or no one played the, like, multiplayer. Also, you yelled at me and said Colosseum's not a successor to Stadium. This is where the research lab was at. Shady characters were seen in the lab in the desert in the south. Are they somehow connected to Professor Crane's abduction? Well, regardless, we know that you can get more Pokemon in this game than you could in the first. I assume. Hi, Mega. Doing good? Egan called today to inform us that Pokeballs are now available at the Agate Pokemart. You don't have to worry about running out anymore. Good luck, Mega. Luckily, they haven't had that many Shadow Pokemon, unless I missed some. Alright, let's go... So this is not... Well, we'll find out real quick if it's the one I'm thinking of. I think what I'm going to do, Zany, if you're still here, I think I'm going to go to 11:30. So we'll go for 20 more minutes. Should be a good hefty stream without, like, overdoing it. And that way you can go to bed without being too late. Yes, I won everything, Sneaky. You missed the naming of my Pokemon. How was your raids, by the way? Why don't you focus on story progression? Do you want me to get to a certain part? There's not really much else I can do, to be fair. Took a while to get the setup. I hope people have been enjoying this. I'm not doing this next week, but I'm doing this the week after at when is it? The 28th, I believe I'm doing more of this. Next week will be Fire Emblem, Zelda, Name That Game Tune on Sunday, and more Mago, finishing that up on Tuesday. But this will be an every other week. I think that way it's not like getting too oversaturated, but still fresh enough that I don't forget everything. No, this is where I fought the Confusion Man. Oh. 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 They said sex. We are sextuplets. We are. We strike terror throughout the land, for we are the Hexagon Brothers. Who are they saying this to? Sound off. I think that's cool in this game, yeah. Like, here's the thing. It annoyed me in Pokemon Black too. Because of the way it's done. But in this game, I think it's fine so far. It hasn't been bothering me going to old locations so far. I'll have to give you more thoughts on why it doesn't bug me as much here. I think the nature of the game allows for it to not be as, like, because you're not going through a whole league thing and stuff like that. But more confirmation this is a Valentine's game. But yeah, I think in this case, like, I think it's kind of cool that you're going to late game stuff and seeing, like, it from a different point of view. Sound off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why aren't they red, orange, yellow, blue? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. It should be in the order of the rainbow. Wait, 5? That's it? 5? Are we missing someone? No, there's 6. Oh, he didn't. Oh, yeah. That's ridiculously impossible. Let me try this again. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See what I say? There is someone missing. But anyways, enough. He'll return soon enough, I'm sure. What we need to do, brothers, is this. Lock and load on this suspicious kid. I am not even close to where you're at. I was, like, hidden behind a barrier. Hey, you brat. This is no kiddie playground. We've been away for a while, but this here real estate belonged to Cypher for many a year. If you don't quit scurrying about, we'll have to tell your mommy. If you don't want that to happen, then run along home. Oh no. Oh no, not my mommy. What if I didn't have a mother? My mother is dead. Orphans are immune to being tattled on. It's the truck used by the gang that abducted Professor Crane. I don't know what you're talking about, Salis. I'm just exploring. That look on your face. It says that you're not about to listen and go home immediately. Alright then, I'll play with you while away the time if you want. Enter a building and come back out. Hey, brat, don't think you can ignore us. Nothing happened. Which one, though? Does it matter which one I pick? Which one is one? I assume they all have different Pokemon, right? Alright, let's go with green. We are 6 brothers are bound by brotherly love sixfold. Our solidarity is sixfold, and our food bill is sixfold too. Come on, kid, I'll take you with my sixfold power. No, I didn't even get a choice with this guy. He's just like, no, we're battling. Grease 6. I hate that they changed that. This song is also really good, by the way. No, it's gotta be Grease 6. So I assume all of them are like Rewa, Red 1, Re 1, Yell 3, or whatever. I don't know what order they were in. Fury swipes. Eevee does have a baby face. I like how at this point you could technically just have it evolved if you wanted to. Oh, I like they have a chart telling you what it's good against. I guess I'm just gonna get rid of Lick. Does he have a full team right now? He has 6. He's Grease 6 though. He has to have 6. Hey, V-Booey, thank you. Happy Valentine's Day as well. I hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. If you were spending it with me or doing something else. Eating chocolate, having Cullivers. I feel like you're gonna be a little over leveled for this point just because you only have so many Pokemon. I don't really do anything for Valentine's Day, but I mean, February is one of those months that has a bunch of like holidays that I don't really celebrate much. Like, you don't really do anything for Groundhog's Day. You don't really do anything. I don't do anything for Valentine's Day. And President's Day is not really celebrated that much, besides having a day off. Oh, I know. I assumed that. I definitely thought that, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't know for sure if that was what you were making a joke about. But I won't lie. The thought did cross my mind to make a joke about it, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna be good. This guy just, like, has all grass Pokemon, I guess. Oh, Shadow Seedot. So, you said it doesn't matter, but, like, does it matter? Like, would I have fought different people? Why is this one so much a higher level than everything else? Also. Like, are you forced to fight this guy, or... Pineco has grass in my mind. I want to believe it is grass. It's green. You can fight all of them? So the order doesn't... So we might be here for a while. You can pretty much get, like, a ton of Pokemon then from these guys. By just stealing from these poor men. It's assuming that I can get any dang... Like, the C-Dot's pretty high level. This is not that much higher than my Eevee, but... Well, we've been playing the game for 5 hours! Pokemon usually doesn't. Pokemon's usually pretty fast-paced for an RPG, to be honest. I know this is more of like an RPG game than most Pokemon games, but... Though I'd argue that Coliseum kind of like just goes and doesn't stop. Alright, C-Dot joined my party. This is nothing. Our brotherly love is nothing like this. Alright, so you're saying leave and then come back? Enter a building and exit? Okay. Like this, right? Can I get that thing, or do I have to just leave? Nice. Sound off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 8. Now there's too many of us. Brothers beware. There may be spies among you. You said it! Hey, look, it's that kid again. That look on your face that says you're not about to listen and go home. Okay, so, like, you technically don't have to fight all these guys. You only have to fight one of them, right? But, like, ideally, you probably just want to fight them all, right? No, that's fair. If it's Re-6... If it's something where, like, I'm just gonna miss it if I don't realize, that's fair. Here's my question. Should I beat all these guys and stop? Or are we gonna, like, how long will this take? I hope that the green guy had the largest team. Seems like that's the case. Houndoom. Well, I figure it doesn't make sense not to fight these guys, though, right? Like, there's really no reason not to fight them. The bigger question is, when do I evolve Eevee? If I choose, should I just go for Vaporeon? There's no real reason to hold off on evolving him, right? That's fine, Zany. I'm probably not going to go any further than fighting these guys, honestly. If I do anything, and then, you know, we'll be back for the next stream. Ideally, you want to evolve it sooner. What's the actual reason, though? His response, murderous. Well, I guess the thing is, should I just evolve it then? Like, technically, I could, like, have the choice, but honestly, like, I already got the Water Stone. I probably should just evolve it. What do you guys think? Just go ahead and evolve it after this battle. Eevee's pretty cute, though. I mean, he didn't evolve yet. Alright. That's why it can't be used, because it's a shadow Pokemon? Sure. Now he's evolving to Mahi Mahi. Should have bought more potions, actually, I'm realizing. But I can always leave and come back. Alright, here's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to beat these goons senseless. And then I'm going to stop, is the thought. Because I don't really want to get into a big dungeon. Alright, so we fought green, red. What color is the next one we should fight? Let's go with... Did you get all of your 3DS games you wanted? Well, it hasn't closed down just yet. Not until, like, March. But, I don't know. I keep going back and forth on whether I should get anything, and I'm kind of probably not going to. I did get 2 games that I wanted to get for Wii U. For the purposes of recording for streaming, but... Okay, well, we'll keep fighting these guys for now, but, yeah, I don't know, like, there's some games I considered, but, like, I'd have to then, I mean, I haven't bought them now, I'm not really, like, that worried about, like, anything that I would want, I've already played, I guess, is more my thought. We'll do orange. Brow 6. That is definitely not orange. That's orange. Only uses brown Pokemon. Is that what they only use Pokemon based on their colors? I respect that, actually, if that's the case. Did Red use only red Pokemon? I guess he did, yeah. Well, he used Hoot Hoot. Is Hoot Hoot... Oh, no, this guy's using Hoot Hoot. Never mind. I respect that because I kind of hate how later Pokemon games were like, oh, hey, we have to use it based on types. Like, or most Pokemon games only have it based on types. I respect it when games are like, hey, we're going to have a theme, like how Colress in Black 2 is, like, tech-themed. Look, I don't believe it. Look, he does have a reddish face. I mean, he's as close as you're gonna get for him, but he's also a Shadow Pokemon, so you'd argue he's not, like, his main team member also, I would think. Just like how, like, in the first game, Mirabee had all Ludicolo's. You know, it's kind of impressive that, I mean, this game already feels like maybe it's a little bit longer. Maybe it's not, but, like, I'm pretty... Though I also went way overtime. What in the first session, I pretty much... I beat Mirror B in the first session. When I played that game. Whereas I haven't really got to any bosses yet, unless you count these guys. Yeah, I like that aspect too. I think it makes it feel like having a Shadow Pokemon on your team is more flexible than just being stuck with like a battering ram. Tail Whip probably. Or, well... Probably Tail Whip. I'm surprised that they like give you it so fast. But I guess to be fair, the guy from the first game had 2 evolutions from the start. But... Okay. Where's the PC? If I leave and come back out, I can still fight these guys still, right? Because I still got 3 more to fight. Because I wanted to, like... Okay. I mean, I'm kind of thinking... For the moment... I definitely want to, like... I'm going to keep Teddy Ursa on because I'm kind of digging him. But for the moment, we want to have, obviously, like, actual Shadow Pokemon as priority. At least for the moment of, like, fighting these guys. Because I'm only fighting with 2 of them so far. And then, like, obviously, as we, you know... I'll figure out what my actual team is going to be. Because this game, it feels like you can actually team build more than you could in the first game. But for the moment, there's no reason not to have them on, you know, to chip at the meter, basically. Alright, we got purple, blue, and yellow. Let's go blue. Go home already. Yes. Blue 6. Wait, why are half of them... They're all 6. All of them are 6. Blue 6, green 6, red 6, 2 6, old 6, young 6. Okay, it's water. I guess it is more just type, so it's like water than it is like red was fire. I guess brown was ground. So it's not really color, but it's kind of color. Goldeen has blue eyes. Doesn't that count? Dude, is he Shadow? Oh, going on my team. I don't want to evolve him even. I just want to leave him as a Spiel forever. I can always change it. The problem is, the thing is, I really don't want to evolve him to Walrein. I hate Walrein. Walrein is so ugly. I would be okay with Celio. I don't mind. He's not as good as Spiel, but I don't mind Celio. He's still respectable. I mean, this is fair, Zany, but to be fair, I'm okay with having 2 water Pokemon. He's also ice. Spheal is like for those who are not in the know, Spheal is like one of my favorite Pokemon. If not my favorite Pokemon. And also like one of the only good Gen 3 Pokemon. I don't want to lose this Spheal. Yeah, but here's the problem, Zany. Jolteon's ugly. He's not only yellow, but he's also very jagged. Two things I don't like in my Pokemon. Jagged and yellow. Yes, exactly. The ideal Pokemon is blue and round. Also, I like how we're just deciding that blue is the opposite of yellow. Okay. Well, I can't name Spheal anyway right now because he's still Shadow. Alright. We'll do purple last because sneaky. We'll do yellow next. Yellow 6. You know, I know this game they do make Mirror B not as good, but I think they make up for it by having these weirdos. How did he paralyze me? I know how, but like, really? Also, I question, Sturm's not here, but he called Vaporeon a water dog. Like, I know Eevee's a cat, or is like a fox, but the Eeveelutions especially are very cat-like, right? And then there's the whole, like, legendary dogs, which are definitely just cats. I feel like people are really bad at understanding... Oh, I do like Mareep. I might use Mareep, actually. I do like, Flaffy... Because I really like Flaffy and, Ampharos. Every ambiguous four-legged mammal is a dog. That's what I'm saying. But, like, their behavior is definitely more cat-like. To be fair, there are dogs in them fighting herds, but they're like a puppet thing. This song is really good. Here's my question, hey chat. If I knock them out, I'm assuming I could refight them to get them, or would I have to wait till later? That's why I don't want to, like... Though I guess it's partly why they make them a higher level, is because that way you have a less chance of knocking them out by accident. So, throw that you, and then let's change you out for Spheal. I mean, Spheal is going to be on my team. Even if I have Vaporeon, it doesn't matter. Spheal is going on my team. I hate brats. Okay. I'm usually pretty good about catching them. I think it's really funny. I've watched different people play Pokemon, and I guess like people have been really indoctrinated, like, or taught. I guess not indoctrinated, but like taught like the whole damage a Pokemon and then catch it. So people get so stuck into doing that, and while yes, in a lot of cases that does work, I don't know. I found just throwing balls usually works just as well. And saves a lot. It just saves you a lot of time a lot of times. Now, like, less for legendary, sure, but I feel like for most average Pokemon, maybe less in the older games, but definitely in the newer games, you can pretty much get away with just chucking balls. What did he say? I didn't read that. Did he say he liked my mom the best? Also, Perp 6. Yeah, I mean, they are type-based, I guess, but they're kind of color... They try to do mostly color-based. Though, I guess to be fair, most poison Pokemon are purple, and most water Pokemon are blue, and most fire Pokemon are red, so... It's not like they have to try that hard. This is something like a little kid like should run home to mommy. That would okay. I thought he said he liked my mommy the best, which would be weird. He's a 6-year-old on God. I know, Zany, you like the other one. And I'm not using Gulpin. I never really liked Gulpin. Or Swalot. I mean, they're fine, but... Okay, hang on. I want you to use a Pokeball. And then you will use Return on Tentacle. Tentacool. Nice. I can't promise I'm going to use him, though. But fair. To be fair, as much as I like Spheal, I don't think I've ever really used a Spheal on my team before, and the reason is because of Wall Rain. So, I'm assuming that I can find a way to make it so that my Spheal doesn't evolve, right? Probably. I gotta imagine this game has Everstones. Alright. So, there's nothing else to do with these guys, right? Yeah, I know, but I'd be nice if I didn't have to do that. Or at least I assumed. Alright, so before we wrap up, real quick here. This is not by no means set in stone. Okay. I have used Mareep before, so maybe I won't use it, but I will, at least for now, put Mareep tentatively on the team. I'm thinking, and these are probably going to change. I'm thinking I'm going to put Well, I mean, I guess I really should have Shadow Pokemon on there for the moment. Kind of thinking DJ Doctavio. I mean, I guess of these... Yeah, like, Seesaw and Gulpin aren't really that great. And I don't even like their evolutions. If it was like... Lotad, maybe, but... Alright, well, I'll go with Baltoy for the moment. I'll just say that Baltoy is probably not going to be on my team. Sveal is 100% going to be on my team. Also, welcome home, Q. Vaporeon will definitely be on my team. Probably, honestly, not against him being on my team. The other ones are all up to... Look at this man. Look at it. Look at how much he's banging. He's having a ball. Sveal is loving life. How can you hate Sveal? He is the goodest boy. Okay. Yeah, especially because what's weird about it, Salas, is you're given the choice for your evolution before this. And, like, of these choices, you have... Let's see here. Like, looking at this team. So, like, not counting your Eevee, you get a normal type, okay. You get Electric, which could have been Jolteon. You get Dark Fire, which, again... He's dark, but also would be the fire Pokemon, so that would be, you know, Flareon. Ice Water, which would be, water, like Vaporeon. Ground Psychic, which I guess really wouldn't, I guess technically Espeon. Grass, which I guess wouldn't actually fit any of them. And it's Seedot. Poison, which wouldn't fit any of the evolutions, but it's Gulpin. And then you have Dark and Bug Flying. So I guess technically by default your best... No, I guess all the evolutions, because Dark. I guess all of the evolutions are covered, basically. So you're going to like... So some of the better Pokemon you're not going to want to use just for doubling up, basically. I mean, for me, it's not. I just really like Feel. Like, for me, it's not... I mean, maybe for other people it is. For me, I just really like Spiel. My love for Spiel probably started... I mean, for a while, but at one point in college, like, the cementation of lore of loving Spiel was... At college, I woke up, I went to, like, go to breakfast, the cafeteria, or lunch, and I was like to my friends, I'm like... I had a dream that I was like buried under a pile of Spiels, and it was wonderful. And then from that point on, I really liked Spiel. But I've always like really enjoyed him. Like, yeah, I mean, I you know, maybe there's a meme behind it. I just think he's cute and fun. That's it. Coliseum was the same way. And after that, your team build options were Noctowl, Slugma, Quagsire, Skiploom, Misdreavus, and Flaffy. Yeah. But also, it didn't help that Coliseum took way longer to be able to even un-evilify any Pokemon. So... But yeah, I don't think this is too bad of a starting lineup, Salas. At least compared to Coliseum, because you said Teddiursa is pretty good. Mareep, especially being able to level it up from the beginning, I think probably, like, it's fine Pokemon. Houndour's not bad. Spiel is amazing. The rest, I think Houndoom is, or I think Poochyena is probably fine. The rest are very, like, whatever. But I'm assuming we'll get new Pokemon pretty fast here, too. Yeah, so I don't think it's as bad as, like, whereas I feel like for Coliseum, it was pretty much just use your evolutions. What sucked about Coliseum 2, here's the thing about Coliseum also. With Coliseum, you pretty much get 2 Pokemon that are already good, Espeon and Umbreon. So your options are either try to struggle to get any of these dark Pokemon or shadow Pokemon purified, which again in that game is takes a bit longer. And they're all kind of like not even that good. So either do that or just use Umbreon and Espeon, though Espeon took a while for it before it stopped sucking. But use Umbreon and Espeon. Oh yeah, and you'll just catch an Entei and then you'll be good to go for the rest of the game. Like, I feel like that was the thing with that game. So like, even though the idea of being able to use like different Pokemon was like in that game, it didn't really feel like the idea of not being able to catch whatever Pokemon you want and having to use what they have available, like resorting to team building, I think in theory is a cool one, and it seems more applicable in this game so far because you only have one evolution in this game. That leaves you up a spot to kind of experiment more. Versus in the other game, you never really could utilize that second spot because it was filled with, you know, another, like, why would you not fill it with another good Pokemon, basically? But I think, unfortunately, I know you just came, Q, but I think I am wrapping up here. What is in this place? Anything? Unless there's anything like I can do quick that would be fun to show off, but otherwise I think this is probably a good stopping spot, because as soon as I go in here, I'm probably going to get, like, story stuff, I think. No, I didn't accidentally. That was all skills, Alice. That was absolutely all skill. Hey, you're not supposed to be in here. Alright, I'll fight this guy real quick for Q and then we'll stop. Corla. But I am wrapping up here, guys. I will be playing more of this, not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. So, I believe on the 28th, unless that changes, we'll be playing Night Zany. We'll be playing more Pokemon XD. I think we did pretty good today. It feels like Coliseum I got more progress, but I think we got a decent amount of progress tonight. Next Sunday at 8 p.m., the 19th, will be we'll be doing a Name That Game Tune, a music trivia guessing game. We're going to be guessing for Fire Emblem and Zelda themed. It's Sword users only. It's Fire Emblem and Zelda themed Name That Game Tune. Including pretty much every game in the series, including ones that are only in Japan. It should be pretty fun and pretty educational, and definitely come check that one out. And then on next Tuesday at 7, that is going to be more of a game, a platforming game involving a wizard called Mago that I played last month. It's an indie game that I was gifted, and it should be pretty fun. And then the last Sunday of this month will be another Name That Game Tune. That will be at 8 as well. And it'll be a guest tune with a guest host. And Final Fantasy XIV will be in that Name That Game Tune. Yeah, there was a lot of story at the beginning here. Much more than Coliseum, I think. Coliseum didn't really give you much story at all at the beginning. But yeah, that is the plan for the rest of the month. March is still up in the air, but we'll be doing more of this, obviously. Mega Man 1's happening in March as well. I have, like, some stuff might... If anything changes, I will let you know as far as scheduling. But, you know, I do have things I'll have to be doing in March, so I might have to, like, limit what I can do. We probably will not beat this game in March for that reason. I'm doing it every other week. Just because I didn't want to, like, overload people with Pokemon. Now, see, the audio is skipping now at the end here. It was good all night. I think, doing this seemed to fix it. Hang on. Why didn't that work? Well, now it's not doing anything this time. Usually just... I mean, it doesn't matter, I'm stopping. Well, okay, there we go. No, it's skipping now. Like, you guys can hear that, right? Or is it just me? You can hear it, like, kind of like skipping in bits. It just started, too. It's been good until this point, right? I mean, I'm ending, so I'm not going to worry about it, but this is my problem I've been having with Windows 10. Yeah, you can hear it? Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because we're done for the night anyway. Because it was good until this point. I don't think there was any issues with the sound until this point, right? How do I leave? I don't know. Alright, well, I'm just gonna... I saved, so I'll turn off the GameCube. But that's about it for the night, guys. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the start of Pokemon XD. I hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. I'm excited to play more. I will hopefully reset. Like I said, it was fine all night, and it was fine for Joe. So it could have just been going on for too long, or some other program is causing it to like lag. But whatever. The audio encoders with Windows 10 has been a little bit rough for the Dazzle, but I've made it work mostly. Look, it's fine. We're almost done with my GameCube games I want to play, so we don't have to worry about it for a while. But have a good night, guys. Let me see if anyone is streaming real quick. It looks like they're not. Let me just double check. All right. I think that's about it then. I don't see anyone else streaming. So thank you guys for watching. I will talk to you guys later. Have a good night, and bye, everyone.